Stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we get to public participation, Bob, do you want to tell us about this, what's happening with this Chagrin report?
Sure.
So the public knows.
Sure. This evening, I know Chagrin Valley Engineering is here to make a presentation on the North Wayne Field basin that's proposed. It's interesting, a lot of the conversation, especially over the last few days that has taken place, to where I'm sure a lot of the residents that are here this evening, I'm sure are here for the North Wayne issue. Back when I started here in May of 2010 and October of 2010, I was called about 1:30 in the morning to go out in the North Wayne area to look at some flooding that was taking place. At that time, I was quite surprised that it was a little more than flooding. It was pretty amazing to see the water and the impact to a lot of the homes throughout that particular area. At that time, we initiated to start looking at a stormwater plan of how we're going to start addressing a lot of these issues, not only in the North Wayne area, but also throughout the entire township, which we brought Chagrin Valley Engineering in. It's a firm that I worked with back in Ohio, and it was almost like deja vu on October of 2010, because at 2 o'clock in the morning, walking through a significantly flooded neighborhood, I thought I'd been here before. So I know the challenges here, and I know Chagrin Valley is very good. I trust what they do because there was a lot of remedies that we took place in that last community, and I have a lot of confidence in them to do this. May 16th of this year, we had another significant storm which created a lot of flooding, and actually the basin that currently sits at the North Wayne Field actually blew out at that particular time. So we came to the Board of Commissioners here and had an authorization to get money to be able to repair that basin. Within the next few days, I went out there with Steve Norsini, who's our Public Works Director, and it was obvious to me that to spend $90,000 to repair a system that, in my opinion, has never worked. I don't even think we even have a drawing that matches up, which is in the ground. But the system failed, and it doesn't work and doesn't do the job. So under my direction, I asked Chagrin to start looking at a way in which we can start to retain and hold back some of that water and slowly let it back into the system as we start to work on addressing a lot of these issues throughout the township. Midland Avenue is another one that is, we have big problems there. The South Wayne area, the North Wayne area, we have a lot of issues that haven't just happened overnight. These have been problems that have been for 10, 20, 30 years or longer. And now it's about putting our arms around. We don't need to do studies anymore because I think we have a final study, and now it's moving forward. So I was the one that set forth with Chagrin Valley to look at a way to build something that we can hold back water that would have an impact. So if, as that plan that's out there, or you'll hear tonight, there's only one person that's responsible for that, and that's me. Because we're beginning the process of looking, how are we going to control the water? How are we going to start making a difference and stop spending a lot of good money after bad money, or really misleading the public here that when we invest money into an area that this is going to be a fix-all, solve-all once and for all, because it won't be. And this is where we're looking at now, is making corrections and modifications so that when we're done, and we move on to the next project. This begins the conversation and dialogue. There are some individuals, I'm not sure if you all that are here tonight believe that the board is set to approve this plan tonight. They are not. First of all, we don't have anywhere near the money we can to accomplish this. But this is the beginning of the conversation and discussion to start resolving a lot of these issues here. We're a long way away from that. We had some conversations earlier in the year at the Public Works Garage with some residents from the North Wayne area just talking about where the water's coming at. There's some ideas that AT&T is the biggest problem here and AT&T is funneling it. They're a part of the problem, but they're not all of the problem. I've spoken with AT&T, I've spoken with PECO, I've spoken with SEPTA. They're all on board with looking to see what they can do, but there has to be a plan that can be laid out for them to be able to see where's their impact. A number of the emails I've received over the weekend, I think there's some very good suggestions in there of looking at this to be creative and innovative. Tonight begins the conversation of where we go moving into the future. Is there an imminent decision? No, there isn't. And somehow it's gotten to the point where, we have to call to arms because we have to save the park. Well, this is the first shot out of the box in the plan. Is this going to be the perfect plan? I doubt it. But at least now we have the conversation. We have residents that are here that can provide us the feedback and the impact and the input that we need as we continue to move forward here. Are there going to have to be some measures put on AT&T's property, on SEPTA, on our own properties? Because there's a lot of water that runs off the township streets that head into that particular area. There's pipes that are installed in the wrong positions. Some of this is part of the plan to resolve this problem 100% is going to require homes to be bought. And that means moving homes out, which is not a popular decision either. But how long do you live for that? We've had the conversations on the other hand that says, why should I as a township resident help pay for a problem that somebody moved into their neighborhood? I'm not paying for their problem. They should have known they moved into that area. So we deal with that side as well. So we have multiple areas, multiple ways we're looking at this. Are the expenses going to be a lot for these remedies? Absolutely they are. And this is a particular area where we're starting first. And when you look at someone to point the finger at of who came up with this, how, I'm the person that did it. And I'm the one that we need to start. And we can't sit around and talk anymore. We can't point the finger and say, who, woulda, coulda, shoulda years ago. It does no good. The issue is we're now and moving in the future how we do this. And you will all be part of that as we develop this. And I apologize if that was not put out enough to you as the community. I take responsibility for that. But things have spun in all kinds of different directions here over the last week on this, which has been interesting, to say the least, of how this has gone. But again, I understand a lot of you too, you abut the park area, you move there, you love that area there. It's within walking distance from your homes. You have our recreation director on the other side of the room, who she has expressed concerns about the loss of fields and open space and that plays a big part in this conversation and dialogue. But we have to have the conversation and dialogue, because one is, I think to sugarcoat it or not to call it the way it is wrong. I think it's basically insulting to the community here when we don't tell you what's going on. So as part of this, Chagrin Valley's presentation night begins the conversation. I know there's probably some things in here that the basin's pretty big, but I think this is the process of where we begin to have the conversation and dialogue and the involvement from the residents. So I hope that kind of explains a little bit of this, of where we're at, maybe puts your mind at ease. I know the finance director, we don't have $1 million sitting around that we can approve this tonight, because that's pretty much what the cost is going to look at. Will it solve this problem 100%? No, it won't. But again, it's the beginning of the process and the dialogue. And again, if anybody didn't get the information that, I apologize to that for you not getting enough information. I thought some information was going out, but it didn't, and that fully rests on my shoulders.
Thank you. I would just like to mention we had a proposal 10, 15 years ago to do away with South Devon Park and half of Donna Lane to put stormwater management there, and the community did not support that, and the commissioners did not support that. But tonight Chagrin's going to make a presentation. I'm going to have public participation, but I would anyone that wants to speak about the Chagrin presentation, we can do that at that time. You have all the time you want to speak. So anyone that wants to do public participation now, and I hope they won't be talking about Chagrin, because we're going to do that in a few minutes. So anybody wants to speak about something else, I'd appreciate come to the mic.
Good evening, Sarah Pilling from Garrett Hill. If Jim could turn on the thing. I just wanted to remind everybody, and it's certainly appropriate with all these people here who are concerned about water, that the first educational program on establishing a rain garden, which actually can help ameliorate stormwater issues, is this coming Sunday afternoon, 2 to 4 p.m. We have John Neisted from the Delaware Riverkeeper coming. Rob Travers from Villanova University has an entire department that deals with stormwater, and Marissa Barletta from Garrett Hill, who's a consultant to the Philadelphia Water Company, because Philadelphia is doing a very unique approach to keeping their stormwater within their city but handling it. So I invite all of the people here to come to this meeting on Sunday. It will be followed by a workshop in October when we're actually going to build a rain garden at Macrone Park. So Sunday, 2 to 4, hope some people will come. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public participation? Okay, motion to approve the minutes.
I'll move to approve the Board of Commissioner meeting minutes from September 10th, 2012.
Second.
Second. Commissioner comment?
On page 4, under the very first paragraph, it says Commissioner Spingler explained that the commissioners voted against the certificate, but that should read that the minority of commissioners voted against it. Correct, Bill? It's inaccurate in that it says that the commissioners voted against it, but it was the minority that voted against it. It was me, you, and Kevin.
Fine, thank you. Any other public comment? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 7-0. Have a motion to accept departmental reports?
I'll move to accept the departmental reports for
Second.
September.
Second. Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0. Elaine, would you like to do these two certificates of recognition?
Well, it is my pleasure to award these two certificates of recognition to two of our outstanding lieutenants. If they could come up, we have one for Lieutenant Andrew Block, and who just returned. He just graduated from the FBI Academy, a great accomplishment. And I'm going to go ahead and read this. It's a little long, so get comfy. Radnor Township, Lieutenant Andrew J. Block. On Friday, September 21st, 2012, Lieutenant Andrew J. Block graduated from the 250th session of the prestigious FBI National Academy Program in Quantico, Virginia. Less than 1% of law officers in the United States have the distinction of graduating from the 10-week program. Lieutenant Block was selected by the FBI to participate in the academy following a competitive application process, completing classes in homicide investigations, terrorism, drugs, leadership, media relations, and physical fitness. The FBI National Academy is a professional course of study for the United States and international law enforcement leaders that serves to improve the administration of justice in police departments and agencies at home and abroad, and to raise law enforcement standards, knowledge, and cooperation worldwide. Its mission is to support, promote, and enhance the personal and professional development of law enforcement leaders by preparing them for complex, dynamic, and contemporary challenges through innovative techniques, facilitating excellence in education and research, and forging partnerships throughout the world. So congratulations. So Lieutenant Block is really classing up the joint here, but while he was gone, Lieutenant Flanagan stepped up and really took a big load on, and this is a certificate of appreciation for Lieutenant Flanagan for his work. And I'm going to read, this is not quite as long. Radnor Township, Lieutenant Christopher B. Flanagan. During the last 10 weeks with challenging staff restrictions, Lieutenant Christopher B. Flanagan has performed his duties with dedicated professionalism while demonstrating operational excellence. He exhibited professional zeal in the performance of his duties and continued to inspire enthusiasm in his fellow department members. He encouraged and instilled high expectations in his staff and demonstrated a sense of community awareness while performing exemplary service and leadership above and beyond the call of duty. So thank you to Lieutenant Flanagan.
The backbone of our community is our police department, and we appreciate the tremendous job that they all do on our behalf. All right, Bob, now we'll have the presentation of the Chagrin Valley Engineering Proposed Basin for North Wayne Field.
Okay. Ryan Cummins with Chagrin Valley Engineering. Ryan, I know I set you up before there, so are you ready for your presentation here? And again, I've known Ryan. I've worked with him in the past community and made significant changes to a similar problem that's here now, and look forward to Ryan's presentation this evening.
All right. Thank you. Good evening to the commissioners and the administration and the public. As Bob alluded to, we're here to speak about North Wayne Park and maybe some of the opportunities that are there to address or start to address some of the stormwater management issues in that area. Just some background information to begin. Sugar Valley Engineering was engaged in June by Radnor Township to look at options for North Wayne Park. The current stormwater management system is a combination of an underground series of buried pipes as well as an above ground detention area. Basically, we were asked the question, what is the most that can be done to control stormwater at that area? And so that's what we looked to try and demonstrate. This aerial view shows North Wayne Park, shows the existing conditions. What the best way to do this, but you certainly can see the baseball diamond there. As you move to the right of that and down a little bit lower, you'll see a black dashed line block. That's where the current underground series of pipes is located. Also, just below that, you'll see the railroad lines, and you'll see where it says EX 3x3 culvert. So that's the existing culvert that comes under the railroad lines and brings the flow from basically the AT&T facility that was discussed earlier, as well as other drainage area into North Wayne Park. The drainage area that comes through that culvert is approximately 41 acres. Then the park itself is a little over 5 acres. If anyone has any questions, please feel free.
So that's the full discharge is 45 acres plus or minus. That's exiting that, discharging to the stream.
That's correct. Out of that drainage area, to North Wayne Park.
More acreage. This is just from AT&T, 41 acres. There's more acreage.
Not just from AT&T, but
It's a whole-
I have another graph will show that. You'll see. If not, we can certainly come back. Things to keep in mind, and this speaks to that point a little bit, and I have another graph that we'll get to here shortly. At Poplar Avenue, if you were to measure the area that contributes flow to that culvert, it's a little over 600 acres. Okay, the area that comes to North Wayne Park, just shown, is 46 acres. So that's approximately 8% of the watershed. Important to keep in mind, North Wayne Park, should something be done there, it is an incremental improvement to the improvements of the watershed as measured from Poplar Avenue. It is not a total solution. It is just one step in a positive direction towards managing stormwater in that area.
So Ryan, I just want to make sure I understand that correctly. Can you go back one slide? So the discharge from the pipe would represent 8% of the flow
That's
in
correct.
the stream at that point that is the confluence of the pipe.
That's correct. If you went to the low end of North Wayne Park, that drainage area above that point is about 8% of the total drainage area that comes to Poplar Avenue.
At the confluence of the stream.
That's correct. And this graph is right out of the USGS mapping. Took a point down on the very bottom right side, kind of tough to read there, but that's Poplar Avenue. And you measure the watershed from that point upwards, and it's approximately 600 acres. And that goes all the way into Terradifferent Township above Upper Gulf Road. So it's a pretty substantial area. Okay. You can see, and I apologize for not having a laser pointer, but the bottom part of that, you see the arc of the railroad tracks come through, and you see that it's a very small part of the area that is below those railroad tracks. That's basically what comes to North Wayne Park out of the total of over 600 acres that makes its way down to Poplar. Also, through that website, USGS, just some quick information for reference.
I just want to see.
Oh,
Maybe that'll help.
oh, perfect. Okay. If I could backtrack just a touch, then this kind of arc right here, that represents the railroad tracks. Okay. North Wayne Park would be right here, and this area is the area that makes its way down to the culvert, comes under the tracks and into the park, and then eventually down to the confluence with Poplar. And in total, the darker pink area is about 600 acres. Just to, as a frame of reference, as far as flow goes, at Poplar, you're looking at, during a 100-year storm, about 1,080 cubic feet per second. Under a 2-year storm, approximately 280 cubic feet per second. You'll see in just a few minutes the flow out of the existing conditions flow out of North Wayne Park under a 100-year storm is about 130
So, Ryan,
cubic feet.
is that the flow coming out of the park, or is that the flow in the stream at the confluence?
That is the flow in the stream, these two numbers, for the 2-year recurrence interval storm and the 100-year.
Is it a combination of the park and the...
It's the
in the
total
stream?
600 acres. It's a combination of the park as well as the remainder of the watershed. That's what that flow represents. This is a blow-up of just the drainage area watershed that contributes to the park. This would be the park area right here, just a little over 5 acres. The existing culvert that brings the flow in would be approximately in this area. And then we have two areas that in total represent about 41.2 acres that make its way either through street drainage or a drainage swale along the base of the tracks, but makes its way down to this culvert and then under the railroad tracks and into North Wayne Park. And then it exits, goes through the existing stormwater management system that's here, and then exits out and then over to Poplar, where it joins with the remainder of the stream flow. The existing stormwater management system, it includes, as I noted before, it's both an above ground and below ground detention. The below ground system is a series of pipes connected with a manifold. That expansion occurred in the 1990s. Was not able to get an exact date, but all information that I could find indicated it was done in the 1990s. Previously, I believe that there was a smaller, just above ground system there prior to that. The current system provides approximately 49,000 cubic feet of storage. In engineer speak, we do that as 1.1 acre feet. So if you had an acre of land, it would be 1.1 feet deep. That would be the volume that represents. Accepts, as I noted, accepts drainage from approximately 46 acres. And our calculations indicate that the basin is overtopped with a less than a 2-year storm recurrence interval.
Can I ask you, does that mean it's actually filling up at the 2-year storm, or whatever capacity it's taking in? Because my impression was that it wasn't actually taking all the water in that it could.
No, all the water is coming that way, but it does not have enough volume to handle more than that.
So it literally fills up and overflows.
Fills up and overtops, yes. And it's even, in actuality, it's even more restricted than that, because there's some sedimentation and things that have compromised that volume. And that's one of the things that they'd spoken about needed maintenance. So, and it does not provide any water quality features. starting in the early 2000s. The U.S. EPA mandated all of the various state agencies to start a water quality program. So any current system like this would have some measure of to improve water quality, maybe getting sediment out, concerns about temperature, that types of things. So that does not have any of that. As far as options go, in order to answer that question, what can we do to maximize stormwater management? That was the question that was asked. So it would include the complete removal of the existing detention system. The sketches that we had put together are based on using the entire park area. All the existing structures and appurtenances would be removed. I think there's a structure there, a playground, some sports facilities, etc. There's three options that we put forth. Options A and B would connect to the existing storm sewer system that's at the low end at the exit of the park that feeds then over to Poplar to the stream. Option C would have a new independent storm sewer that would come out of North Wayne Park and run independently to below the Poplar Avenue culvert as a way of keeping them hydraulically disconnected. We can provide limited water quality features, but it's important to keep in mind current regulations are meant to control the effects of development, adding of impervious surface. We have a project where we're disturbing land, but we're not adding any impervious surface. It's a grassed area now. It'll be grassed area should any of these options be constructed. We can, on a limited basis, add some water quality features and the like, but if you had a strict interpretation of Township code, we would need some amount of waivers in order to construct anything at the location. Area would be returned to green space except for the pond. There is a permanent wet pond that's included in options B and C. This is option. This is an engineering drawing of option A. You can see this is dashed shape here is where the existing system is. Basically, option A would take the entire park, do a substantial amount of excavation, approximately just shy of 38,000 cubic yards of material would be taken out. There would be a control structure placed down at the low end that would regulate how the stormwater exits the facility. We have the culvert. We'd still have the same culvert coming under the tracks. That would be discharging that. During a storm event, flow would come out of the culvert. It would be restricted at the low end, and this would fill up in a temporary fashion until it could drain down slowly. Mr. Norsini had the perfect analogy today. It's a bathtub and with a small drain hole. The water would come in fast, but then leave slowly, and in the meantime, it pools until it has the chance to exit.
And when you overflow, what happens to it?
Just as it does now, should this overflow, it would flow down towards the street and eventually down into the creek via the same flow path that it has now through the residences.
Brian, this basin would discharge immediately? As soon as it took in flow, it would begin discharging flow?
It would be
a classic retention basin?
The classic retention basin would begin to discharge immediately. What's very difficult to read here, and I apologize, I thought that would be a little bit clearer. Let me get that here. This table represents is the outflow rates. And basically, what you can't read there, but the first column is the inflow coming into the facility for the 1, 2, 5, 10, 25, 50, and 100-year storms. Those inflows go from 27 CFS for a 1 year up through 131 CFS for the 100-year. if you remember back to looking at the watershed to Poplar Avenue, the total CFS for the 100-year at Poplar is just a little over 1,080 cubic feet per second. So again, we're in line with that 8 to 10% of the watershed.
So the storm in May, what type of storm was that?
Steve, do you have any details of that?
Our rain gauge wasn't working, but I did contact a few of our neighboring agencies, and based on our IDF charts and the amount of rain we had, over 3 inches of rain in an hour, it was at about a 100-year frequency storm, somewhere in that area.
Sure.
Ask you something. What is the value of allowing the basin to discharge right away, as opposed to filling up the full capacity, which I think you said was 828,000 cubic feet?
Yeah. Well, it's out of necessity. Otherwise, you would have to have some mechanism to turn it on. Okay. What you do is you design the outlet structure to have a series of outlets from smaller to bigger, so that as the flow comes in, a larger amount goes out. It's still restricting the flow versus what's coming in, but it goes out immediately. So if you have a smaller storm, a small flow rate comes in, it's regulated by maybe the first control. As the storms get bigger, other controls come into place, but it's a way of having it work automatically instead of having some sort of switch or mechanical device to trigger it. You'd have to.
What's the drawback in having a mechanical or electrically operated control?
Maintenance, reliability, cost, be ongoing, never-ending. You'd always worry about whether it would work or not.
Okay.
Brian, I have a quick
Sure.
question. So this plan, this is option A. This is excavating a large amount of soil from the entire field area,
That's correct.
grading it such that it would fill up gradually.
That's correct.
To some point. Is there, and the idea here is to capture the flood water from, say, the 100-year storm. Is there a way to do this such that the field, knowing that it would only fill up every so often, would in fact be able to drain back out and be used as a playing surface? Is there any way to do that? Is that something that's even
You
possible?
certainly, this area, the upper reaches, would be it would have a slope to it in order for it to drain, but it would be a grassed area. The problem is you would never know when it would be available. If you have a large enough rain event, you could have water stored there for a couple of days. After that water drains away, it's going to obviously be saturated soils, may not even be useful at that point. So would it be possible to have a soccer field at the grassed area? It might be possible to do that, but the difficulty would be knowing when you could consistently use it.
And I respect that, and I think what I'm looking for is a solution to the 100-year storm, so that, okay, yes, it's wet for 2 weeks, but can we use it the rest of the year, or is it only shut down for a few weeks, maybe twice a year, and then usable the other times? And is that an option, a design option? Is that something
That
to
is,
explore?
there is some. I think you could investigate that and do that if you acknowledge the difficulties of its
Scheduling.
use.
I mean, there'd be a big problem with building a facility that the idea, this facility is used up to a 100-year storm. To do what John's saying, it wouldn't be used, it would be used once a century. So, I mean, there's some logic there that I don't think would
Well,
be in the
this
best interest.
this system,
capturing the 100-year storm.
each consecutive level of storm,
Yeah, but,
it goes more and more and more.
I'm hearing him say that he wants a basin that would capture a 100-year storm and
I
not capture
would-
the...
As
would like
low
a
as
basin that would
as low as a
capture-
5-year storm, the entire surface area is covered with water. Okay, now how deep the water goes beyond that depends on how big of rain you have above that.
And the water is filthy, right? By all standards, it's
By all
filthy.
standards.
There's never an exception to it not being filthy.
It's
Stormwater is
drainage
filthy.
off of streets
Yes.
and roofs, and
And so it's not safe for contact recreation, and I think it would be very problematic to
yes, I don't think you'd want to
to
be
have some kind of
splashing around in
recreational
it.
facility with it.
yes.
And
Could
Mike,
we
sir-
hear the other options before we?
Yeah, I didn't mean
Sure.
to go off on a
No, that's
I was
okay. And
curious
I
about
just-
this design, and is that an option? And
Yeah,
ahead.
and we can talk about that with all of the options.
Yes, thank you.
And just to, now this, all of the options, or at least option A and B, there is an existing 18-inch diameter storm sewer that exits the property that the current system ties into. Options A and B would tie into that current 18-inch. Well, that has certain limitations to it. And I apologize that you're not able to read this, but basically, this basin would start overtopping at a 25-year storm. So what does that mean? That means that the 18-inch pipe leaving is full, the basin volume is used up, and then water starts coming over the emergency overflow. Versus, so that's a 25-year storm versus what we calculate you currently have as a 2-year storm. So you can control, there's some measure of control through the 100-year, but it's not a complete control through the 100-year. The bottom line, if you look, generates during a 100-year storm, the inflow is around 131 CFS. If you looked at what leaves the 18-inch pipe as well as an emergency overflow weir during a 100-year storm, you would be discharging 102. So you'd see about a 30% reduction in your peak flow. But it would have to be less than the 25-year for you not to see any overland flow over the emergency overflow. Okay.
And Ryan, does that estimated cost consider the price of the land?
It does not.
Does not.
Okay. Option B. Again, using the park area, doing a considerable amount of excavation. The big change between option A to option B is that this shape here is a wet pond. So it would always have water in it. It would be a pond. What that allows us to do is it allows us to do more of an excavation because the water surface at this end would be the same elevation as the water surface at that end. So we don't have that gradient over that distance to worry about. So our storage volume that we can jumps from around 14 acre-feet up to around 19 acre-feet. Now remember, your existing system has about 1 acre-foot. This contains an outflow to existing pipe capacity through the 25-year storm. Okay, so again, we have the 18-inch diameter storm sewer that's leaving. With the increased volume, we can get through the 25-year storm with nothing coming over the emergency overflow, just going out the 18-inch. But once you get above that, you will have coming over the emergency overflow as well as the 18-inch storm. The cost also rises due to the increased excavation. And then option C, again, we have the large excavation. We have the wet pond. Still generates around 19 acre-feet of storage. But it controls the goal is to control the flow through the 100-year storm with no discharge over the emergency overflow. The reason we can, or theoretically can do that, is this option requires a new 30-inch diameter storm sewer as the outflow mechanism. That storm sewer would have to run independent of the roadway drainage system to downstream of Poplar Avenue so that to minimize hydraulic connectivity between the systems. As I said, we can go through the 100-year storm, not having flow coming over the emergency overflow. but the
I'm
cost
not
does
understanding,
rise.
where does that drain into? It bypasses Poplar, but then at some point it releases somewhere.
Well, it would go across the street, as it does now, towards the residences that are right there on the north side of Poplar, down into the creek, and then down the creek under the Poplar culvert.
This is the culvert, which is a block? I mean, the Poplar Avenue culvert?
No,
is
it would
apparent?
still come in when the existing system overtops.
Yes.
It would have that same flow path. Okay? So when it overtops now, it goes across the street, across Mr. Bruno's property, and makes its way down to the creek. We would have that same flow path with the emergency overflow under these
No, but where's the
situations as
pipe
well.
going? Where's the pipe entering Poplar Avenue?
Now, the pipe, the 30-inch pipe,
Yeah.
would go down to Poplar and would enter the stream downstream of Poplar. Okay, there's currently the existing system comes in at a 90-degree angle just downstream of Poplar. That would get redone. The two would be separate, but it would come in downstream of Poplar Avenue.
Now, would that create more of a flooding problem downstream quicker, or, I mean,
Well-
we're moving the flooding problem from this area and down there, or is that they going to be able to handle that downstream?
By definition, we are, the existing inflow is, again, 131 CFS. If option C was implemented, your total outflow would be down to 34. So by definition, you're taking about 75% of the flow out of this 46 acres, not the whole 608. So you are doing a reduction to the flow. So while we have not quantified what that change in floodplain elevation would be downstream, by definition, there would be a benefit to it. So you would see a reduction in those levels because you have this volume that you've created and you're holding back that water.
And these two options, I mean, is that open area to be used, or that's graded area?
Again, this is outside of the pond. It's the same as all three of the options.
Okay.
It's a graded area. I think we have it graded at like a 2% slope, enough to drain water down. But could that theoretically be a soccer field or an open field? Yes, but you would have to recognize the limitations to it that we discussed.
Yeah. And then an option of putting everything underground, storage and recharge, is just so expensive you wouldn't even consider it?
It's so expensive, and you would create a considerably lesser amount of flow. And I took a quick look at that. We would only be about I'm sorry, I don't have that with me. But it would be considerable less than the 19. You're probably looking at it only going from 1 to maybe 3 or 4 acre feet as compared to 1.
By putting it underground in
by
storage
putting it
containers,
underground
yeah.
over the
Yeah.
And
entire.
adding costs too.
And at a much more significant cost.
What we did at the middle school was 2.2 million. I don't know what we
Yes.
accomplished there, but,
Yes.
yeah.
But that does, you use the term recharge. Unless you have sinkholes, that water is not going to go into the aquifer. It's
No.
eventually going to leach
No, I
out
think-
into
yeah.
the stream.
Yeah, but I think you do have a recharge factor in some of those underground systems, right?
We would have to investigate what's available there.
Yeah.
You'd have to drill. You'd have to drill vertically to find a way for that water to go down
Well,
into
the soil itself will accept a certain amount of water based on the
It's not all the
characteristics
water,
of the
it's just
soil.
some recharge, it's
If
not
it's
a
very
lot.
sandy soil, it'll accept a lot of water and convey that to the aquifer down below. If it's a very clay soil, it will accept basically nothing. So we'd have to determine where this soil is on that spectrum and what availability there is for recharge there. But it could be limited, and also if you have water on a regular basis accumulating there, being still for a couple days, it's going to drop sediment out of suspension. Those are probably going to be heavier particles. You might get over time, a buildup of soil that's not as impervious as the soil, or pervious as the soil below it.
Any other commissioner comment, questions?
Yeah, I have.
I guess your
one-
presentation is complete?
That's
Yeah, we're
it.
gonna- wait,
I
okay,
have one question
okay.
for him. So one thing that I don't know how we evaluate this, which is why I'm asking you this, that the way I look at this, under the less expensive scenario, we've got about a 30% reduction in flow on 8% of the flow.
That's correct.
And under the most expensive scenario, about an 80% reduction of the 8%.
That's correct.
So one of my concerns is that the 550 acres is so significant that if the 550 acres is deciding what happens at that intersection where people are complaining about flooding, it's very possible that even with these somewhat minimal improvements, they could have no impact, no positive impact on the people who are complaining about water in their basement, meaning that if you have a flood elevation of 10 feet, this might change it to 9 feet, 10 inches.
That's
and
correct.
that's not going to have an impact on the water in basements.
That's correct. That's
so,
why.
So how do we evaluate that?
In order to come up with what that number would be, we would do what's called a HEC-RAS study to calculate that. Even once you have that number, there is no set guideline to making that decision. Is a 1 foot reduction enough? You might still have 4 feet of water in the basement. Is 2 feet enough? Is 6 inches enough? That's a difficult decision to make.
Yeah.
And I understand
my sense is that before we would proceed, we would need that sort of analysis, among other things.
that could be.
Commissioner, just to add to that, I believe you're correct. This is a beginning point for us because, again, as I think you spoke, there's a big area that we are not controlling. I think what we're looking at is areas in which there's open space where we could look to capture a lot of this water and store it. Because in the other option, as we start to swing the other way, there are no areas where you can actually capture and grab that without taking homes to be able to find those particular areas. Also, the challenges too is a lot of this area comes out of Tredyffrin, and trying to get a township to listen to Radnor Township and say, oh, by the way, you have to do this, and oh, by the way, all these homeowners in Tredyffrin, and like the Church of the Savior to say, oh, by the way, you need to invest $1 million on your property to stop the water coming down. But it's one of those is a slippery slope because then the communities who receive all our water coming out of the township are going to say, well, you need to stop your water coming out of Radnor Township as we start bombarding people down from us too as well. So I think that's part of that scenario that has to continue to be worked on. But also, and this is something that I apologize to all engineers so I don't offend you, this 100-year storm calculation or 500-year storms, you would think at first that the storm happens every 100 years. And it doesn't because we've had several hundred storms in the last 2 years. It's a measuring device of how much volume of water comes down. So that's why if you kind of lead to this, I think Commissioner Fisher, I think you were trying to reference this, that a 100-year storm is the volume that comes down in a window of time of how that's measured. Because I know myself years ago, a 100-year storm happens every other day. I mean, that's a problem. It's the measuring of the volume. So you can see the monumental challenge here and the amount of work that has to take place here that still needs to be done, as well as the commissioners, residents, and even staff here of how we put something together that's manageable. But we can't sit back and do nothing and just shrug our shoulders that this is going to go away because it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get more costly for us to come up with a solution.
Any other
Ryan?
commissioner?
Well, I would like to just give my initial reaction to this, and this is no reflection on your very fine engineering. This is a very nice
understand.
presentation.
I understand.
But to me, I said this before, this is just completely the wrong approach. In my view, these highly engineered structural holding tanks are so expensive and minimally effective. And if we're going to invest $1 million, $1.5 million, that's not really the price tag. There's also the loss of the park, and there's also the diminution in the value of all the properties around. I mean, it's a huge price tag. I feel like we could take that money and invest it at the source where this flooding is coming from. Yes, that 41 acres, it's not all our land, so we can't control it. But if we're willing to invest $1 million or $1.5 million to address this problem, well, let's help those landowners with that money. Let's get some of that pavement to be porous. Let's invest in some bioswales. Let's invest in some rain garden and take the water where it's falling and get it to start seeping in. And then we won't need to have these retention basins that are just so expensive. And they're never going to solve the problem. And I don't want to see us heading in this direction because it's a quick fix. A, it's not a quick fix. And B, we're never, ever going to make any progress on this problem if we don't address it at the source. So while I appreciate I don't see this as the right direction for us. I know it's tempting because it offers a little relief right away, but I would rather invest that money in absorption.
If I may. Sure.
I mean, one concern, everyone would prefer to have this addressed at the source, but addressing it at the source is hard to do 100 years after the source has been in place for the most part.
That's correct.
And hugely expensive. So
That's correct.
My assessment is that addressing it at the source would be several orders of magnitude more expensive than this, however much you like it or don't like it. If you want to address it at the source, you're going to spend orders of magnitude more to get the same impact, or you're going to spend the same amount and get orders of magnitude less impact. So I think we're in a real dilemma. I mean, whatever it is we decide to do, if we take these solutions off the table, I think it's quite a mistake at this point.
Can I just
We're just doing
comment?
commissioner
also?
comment, and then we'll do public. You don't.
And
We could debate it all night. So
everyone that spoke so far is right. There's nobody wrong in the room at this point. So maybe I'll be the first. I don't know. But I think I agree with Commissioner Curley. If we're going to spend, say, $1.5 million to get an 80% reduction in 8% of the problem, because that's the way this is characterized, this is only going to solve 80%, at best, 80% of 8% of the problem. What are we going to do to address the other 92% of the problem? Because I think it's the 92% of the problem that I'd rather, well, or at least focus on as well. So if we did something like this, then we would better spend just as many dollars in the other areas to reduce the 92% problem. So, and in my opinion, this is where I disagree with Don a little bit. I do believe that rain gardens, rain barrels, as insignificant as they seem in some ways, they're very significant. You know, one rain barrel captures 50 gallons of water every time it rains. If every resident in the township did that, there are 8,000 residences in the township. I forget the numbers. It's 500 million gallons of water a year. It's a huge number of gallons of water. So the point is to say do nothing in that area is probably not a good idea. But I think the solution that I'm looking for long term is an integral solution that does both. We do large basin storage where it's appropriate, where it's palatable by the public, and then we also put the responsibility on every homeowner. Every homeowner that has a downspout running to the street is in violation of the current ordinance. Every one. So, you know, we all have to take responsibility for what we do as individuals and as homeowners. And ultimately, we're going to have to do some large basin work in the township, too, just to cover the runoff from the streets and the parking lots and such. Right? So that's my only comment, but I think everyone's kind of saying the right thing here.
Ryan, I have two things. First, a question for you.
Okay.
Are you willing to give us your professional opinion of that underground basin we put at the middle school?
He's not qualified to do that.
No.
He's certainly qualified, whether he's
He didn't do it.
looked
He
at
doesn't know
it.
what it looks like.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. You're asking a question he can't
So you
answer
haven't
without us.
investigated enough to give us an opinion?
I have not investigated enough
Okay.
to give you an opinion.
Second thing, the worst thing we can do is do nothing, which is what has happened for the last 30 years. So, and it's going to be expensive, and I agree it's going to be a combination. And I've already talked to one of the supervisors in Tredyffrin, because that is a huge impact to this area.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we need even some state laws.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got to work with our state representatives, too.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan, I just have two questions, I guess. I assume you came at this because you were tasked with a very specific look at it from this
That's
angle.
correct. To answer that question, what's the most we could do?
In terms of if you were left unfettered without any constraints, would you have come back with something that says, this is what I would do for the 100%? Because I'm just very uncomfortable looking at spending between
Well,
$1 million and $1.5 million that, at least to a non-engineer, looks
Yeah.
like it has minimal impact.
Okay. The difficulty for the other 92% is where do you do it? There aren't a lot of large, to the magnitude that would be required for this type of solution. There just isn't any spaces like that in that 600 acres to do something like that. This area is offline of that main drainage channel, so you can't really use this to do more than what comes its way, and that's the 8%. As far as the what to do with the large amount, as I put in the study a couple years ago, it is really going to have to be a combination of zoning, personal improvements at properties, working with neighboring townships where possible, some structural options. As the Commissioner Curley noted, this area was developed 80, 90 years ago, decades ago. It's difficult to come back now and implement something. You just don't have the ability to plan it out properly and have the space to do it. So just from an outsider looking in, I certainly understand the difficulties of taking a park, and maybe there's something more that can be done there, shy of taking the whole park away, but it's going to have to be done in conjunction with the many other steps. You have a stormwater utility that you're working on. That's a perfect tool for changing, providing an incentive for change for with both residents and businesses. Zoning regulations is another way to do that as well. So, but there just isn't one area that we could fix the 92% in total.
Would you advocate doing this if you're not going to do anything along those lines over time? I mean, to me, it looks like it doesn't impact anything. Again, I'm not an engineer.
Well,
But
it's certainly.
I could do the same math Don did, or John did, which is 80% of 8% to 6%.
I understand. As I said, we were asked a question. If you had this area, what's the most that could be done with it? And that's the question that we answered. Now, community-based, what's the correct decision? That's a different.
And Kevin, as part of that task to Ryan is looking at the water, and I'll say it, you'd have to take that much property to affect that bigger portion of 92% means that many homes are going to have to be taken out to be able to put some type of storage area that's up there. That's what that involves, because I think you're right. This problem started years and years and years ago, and as it's been built and as it's been developed, that's what's going to have to occur to be able to get that type of storage. I think what, Kevin, you were looking at to impact that bigger flow is you're going to have to remove homes.
But I think what the question you were really asked was, if this is the only solution available to you, how much of the problem could you fix, and at what price?
Yeah.
And
We can fix
Yeah.
75% of 8.
Brian, is there any opportunity to convey this water to another location that is open? Like using closed culverts or some type of very large, sort of like what you see in California with these large open culverts where the water takes off down.
That's even more of a engineering feat and would be even more expensive. You're fighting gravity, taking it to another watershed. Then you have to look at, well, this other watershed, that water wasn't coming that way before, so what's the impact on those properties that are there? I just don't think that that's really feasible. I think a lot of the California, I'm not that familiar with the California, but my understanding is a lot of that was done because they were then going to use the water as a drinking water supply. And you don't have that type of impetus here.
And just to give some perspective, I have a flooding problem in South Wayne. It's 5 or 6 houses on St. David's Road and a couple on Midland and Pembroke that get wiped out every time we have one of these storms. And, in the 70s, well, let's open the creek, and then we have to make this big creek, and nobody wanted that. And then we said, okay, if we widen the culverts, if we start at Pembroke Avenue, widen all the culverts, $500,000 apiece, and get the water down to the Township building down there, well, no, it's better to spend $2.1 million at the middle school, and you get a 20% reduction. And we did that. We didn't get a 20% reduction. They said, well, maybe it's 13 or 11%, but it hasn't affected the flooding at all. Because when you got 176 acres, you get an inch or two or three in a matter of an hour, it's just, the water has nowhere to go. So, I mean, we'd have been better off spending that $2.2 million upstream. We probably would have had more of effect if we did rain gardens and rain barrels and whatever we could do to get rid of, pervious, to try and get some retention there. That $2.1 million would probably have been better spent upstream, But, people don't think, oh, what are you going to, but you could have done a lot upstream instead of putting those crates at the middle school.
Yeah, and remember, we don't have to take care of 100% of the rainfall. I mean, if you live on Willow Avenue and a normal rain, the rain comes up halfway up your backyard, that's fine. But that extra 10% could be what puts it in your basement. So there's some break-even point. You would never design this for 100% capacity.
Yeah. All right, let's hear from the public. Thank you very much for your presentation. Oh, I'm sorry.
I had great hopes when I knew Bob had asked your firm to do this study. I envisioned a solution to the problems of the people on Poplar Avenue. I've spent a lot of time with them. I didn't have a good picture of what this basin would look like when Bob commissioned the study. And we met this afternoon with Steve Norsini, so I do have a much better understanding now. We ought to point out that about a half of the audience here is affected by this flooding. We've had the May 15th and May 16th 100-year storm was disastrous. We had 5 or 6 vehicles lifted off of their driveways and deposited on somebody else's property. That's on Poplar and Woodland Avenues. I visited a home. Miss Pellerin is here, and her sister, Mrs. McCloy. I was in their home on May 16th in the afternoon. I went down in the basement, and I saw that the water line was 4 feet 10 inches above the floor of the basement. The problem I'm having, though, with the study is we need to fix this problem for the people on Poplar and Woodland and downstream. But the difficulty I have, I think, has already been voiced by my colleagues, and that is this is only 8% of the water going into Gulf Creek at Poplar Avenue, or immediately above Poplar Avenue. And North Wayne Field comprises only 46 acres out of 608 total.
Correct.
That 560 odd acres is the real problem, and that comes from Tredyffrin. It comes from, well, basically from Tredyffrin Township. I don't know how you solve that. I don't think that when we talk today, Elaine raised the question of infiltration. I don't think there is such a thing. I mean, could you talk for a second about the sponge effect?
Sure.
I mean, the Nile River flooded 3,000 years ago seasonally, and that there was no impervious surfaces then. So when water comes down out of the heavens and reaches a certain intensity and level, there's no way it's going to infiltrate. It's going to flood, and it's going to wash things out. But am I correct about the concept of the sponge? It fills up, and that's the end of the soaking in.
Yeah. I think that's one of the difficulties with some of the green infrastructure methods, rain barrels and the like. They can be very helpful at smaller storms, but you get to a certain point and they're just overwhelmed, and they may not have as much of an impact on larger storms. The same way with what we spoke about this afternoon was the soil. The soil, depending on its type, will accept so much water, and then once it gets beyond that, it's all going to run off. And when you get into the larger storms, you run into that here. And it would be the same thing if you tried to do a large infiltration bed as part of this. You have to look at those. I mean, what's the maximum that you can really expect out of it?
Okay. Well, in any event, I had great hopes when I heard the study was going to be done. I envisioned a end product that would be solve the problem for people on Poplar Avenue, but at the same time would not take away the lovely field that we've had there for, I guess, since Dr. Seneca Egbert was involved and commissioned its construction. What can we do? We do have an existing basin, and Steve, we went over this today. It's not functioning properly. It hasn't functioned for probably 20 years. We can spend some money to fix that. We might be able to enlarge it a little bit. I would guess that it's handling less than 0.5% now of what comes into North Wayne Field. And incidentally, we should point out that the AT&T parking lot sticks out like a sore thumb. I pass it all the time, and I say, gosh, if we could just keep that water in place, we would really go a long ways towards solving our problem. I don't think that's the case. I think a lot of what comes onto the AT&T parking lot comes down West Avenue. The lot itself doesn't produce that much in the grand scheme of things. Nevertheless, we need to work with AT&T to see if we can't get them to find a solution to build a structure that will hold that water for a sufficient amount of time until the storm recedes. The same thing would apply to SEPTA at the train station on the north side, the downside. There's a lot of paving there that just dumps directly into Poplar Avenue. And we have PICO, the substation at the corner of Woodland and Plant. I think Bob has already talked to them, and they I hope will be open to fixing the problem. And then there's the Church of the Savior. That's in a different township. There's a huge parking lot there. Some of that parking lot accepts water from Valley Forge Military Academy. And Steve, we talked about whether the basin that has existed at the church for the last 20 years is functioning well. And we've agreed that you would contact the township engineer in Tredyffrin to find out exactly how, if it's inspected, is it working to design capacity, is it being properly maintained. But back to the basin that we have now, we can spend some money to repair that. We can possibly enlarge it. Maybe we should look at enlarging it, but it's not going to be a panacea. It's only going to increase capacity by maybe 1% or 2% of what we have now. It does need maintenance. It has to be cleaned out. But all in all, I can't see that spending upwards of $1 million or even more and losing a field, losing the formerly called Seneca Egbert Field, with such a minimal impact on the problem that the people on Poplar Avenue are experiencing would be a wide decision. And I should point out to my constituents on Poplar that bear in mind it's only an 8% problem at Seneca Egbert Field. It's the bigger problem is upstream. So those are my thoughts at this point.
Would it be wise, and Jim, would this be something that we could, sort of like a sensitivity analysis, you could come up with some kind of cost estimate for controlling the 92%. And like I think what it's going to do is tell us that we're going to choose not to do that. I mean, my sense is that that's going to be, a $50 million solution, and then you could even, do Elaine's suggestion. But again, my sense is that's going to be much more than $50 million. So I don't know if that's information that you want to see how expensive would it be to control that 92%. But that's an option. You could come up with some kind of sketch plan and then give us a cost estimate for that.
Certainly could do that. I think what I alluded to in the report is in the existing floodplain area, I think there's upwards of 75 homes. The math I used was that would total up to almost $40 million just to buy those homes.
So already, like you're sort of
you
saying that
haven't put
it
a
might be
shovel in the
cheaper to
ground.
just buy out the floodplain than to try to rectify the problem with some kind of engineered solution.
And you would let the stream act as a stream. But that's obviously a very significant cost and community impact.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I feel I'd like to say this out of all respect to the board. is I'm sure this conversation was being had 50 years ago, where we tiptoe and dance around the issue without really looking to resolve the issue here. The issue is there's no easy answer to this, and there's no cheap way to get around it. The issue, it's going to be tough, and it's not going to be popular. The decisions that have to be made, is this the best plan? Probably not. But it begins the conversation. But for all these different issues here, I'm sure this conversation was had 50 years ago, and here we are 50 years from now. It's easy to do nothing, but it's difficult to make some decisions to have the greatest impact. And I think as part of this, and I think what I'm hearing from the board, is for the dollars we spend, we want to have the maximum impact of what we can for the stormwater. But some of the things I'm hearing concern me because we're dancing around the issue with not really trying to bring resolution to this issue. Because I tell you, being out there at 1:30 in the morning, or 2:30 in the morning, or 5:30 in the morning, or out in the afternoon, there's an awful lot of water that flows through these areas, an awful lot. It's enough to where you can pick up a vehicle and take it and move it 50 or 60 yards. That's water that's moving. And the impact to the homes, and a lot of this too, this water is coming from other areas where there's not flooding that's impacting. And we'll just call it the way it is, and I respect Ryan, is that middle school field doesn't work. And I think the folks on Midland and St. David will confirm that it doesn't work. We've got to start spending money that we're going to start solving problems. But the issue is, it's not going to be popular. The answers are not popular. If we're looking to where everybody can walk out of this room and feel great and say, wow, this is great, we're happy, we've got all this, we may as well do nothing and continue as it is. But I don't think we can do nothing because for the last 100 years we've done nothing. So we've got to come up to an issue.
I haven't been here for 100 years, but I've been here for 60, okay? And we have debated this, but we used to have one of these storms every 10 years, and we would debate it. And then nothing happened, so nobody did anything. Then we'd have another one 10 years later, and we'd debate it and do a study. But nothing happened for 10. But now, the last 5 years, we're getting these once, twice a year. It's no longer, I mean, we don't have climate warming, I know, but we are getting these storms every couple years. So why don't we hear from the public? Thank you very much. We appreciate the Commissioner's comments. Public comment.
Hi, my name is Annie Hirschler. I thank you so much for taking the time to listen to us, but I'm definitely for the park, as I mentioned before, but my biggest concern is we're not doing nothing. We have a report from Chagrin Valley from July last year that goes through the entire stormwater problem, not just the one that's hitting Poplar. Why aren't we doing anything that's already been documented and paid for already? It's frustrating to know that, yes, we're trying to find a solution, but the solutions are documented. Why aren't we acting on any of this?
Don't have any money.
But
we're now doing a study to come up with a funding mechanism to do some of those things. Okay?
So
I mean, I've been an elected official for 31 years, and the last 4 years is the first time in those that I haven't been able to spend money on anything. Nothing. I haven't been able to do one project. I haven't been able to help one constituent because, you know, we really got hit hard, and money's tough. And so we don't have the funds. That's why we're looking at a stormwater authority to start looking at it so we can get the funds to start implementing that. Before, we used to go out every 6 years and borrow $6 or $7 million. You run out of that, you borrow $6 or $7 million more. We can't afford to do that anymore. Those days are over. So that's the answer. We don't have the money. So we're looking for ways that we can fund that study.
okay.
I think there's other answers too. I mean, I think part of it is that what some see as solution, others see as problem. And so, you know, this is the first step, as Bob has indicated, and already we're right in this controversy that what some see as a solution, others see as very problematic. And that's going to be true, I believe, of almost all of these.
I agree.
prospective
I just
solutions.
don't understand why, if there's things in here that are maintenance, you know, deepening the streams and widening the culverts that will have an impact, it's maintenance. It's not even $1.5 million.
We actually have been doing a lot of those things.
Okay, and it's still not affecting the problem?
It's made a big difference.
It has. In some of the areas, in some of these storms, it has made a difference. So there is work that's being done that is continuing to be worked on. But
Steve
also,
and his
too, when you have a
guys-
$44 million price tag, that's a big price tag, too, as well. But there has been a lot of work, and Steve has done a nice job with working on a lot of these particular areas and
That
cleaning
makes
the
me feel a
creeks.
lot better.
We had a dredge began in June at Plant Avenue and move up Gulf Creek upstream, went all the way up to Oak Lane. So that's one thing. We've done repairs elsewhere. And Mr. Spengler pointed out that we've hired a firm, AMEC Infrastructure of Plymouth Meeting. They are conducting a 6 or 7 month study of the entire township. They will catalog all of the properties, especially the properties that have large impervious surfaces, and they will come back to us with a recommendation, and that may include the suggestion to us that we pass what is called a stormwater surcharge or fee or utility, which would allow us to get money in and dedicate that money specifically, expressly, for stormwater management. And the nice thing about it is some of the tax-exempt property owners in the township would now have to pay into that fund, whereas today they don't pay any taxes, so they're not contributing to a solution. So we hope that's going to happen. That will be a big improvement.
Okay. Well,
Thank
thank you
you
for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Commissioner Spengler, Commissioners. I want to begin by saying something that I think is great about tonight. We have a room full of people here who love this community. Is that correct? Everybody here tonight loves this community. Some of us have different opinions on what the best way is to move forward on this. But in fact, to disagree with Bob a little bit from his opening statements, it was kind of you to take responsibility. But in fact, as you know, this process began after the October 1st storm 2 years ago, when a number of emails flooded your inboxes, and we had an initial meeting, which was a standing-only crowd at the Senior Center, and that really began this process. I also want to thank Ryan for his presentation. Ryan, I feel like if I see you any more in the next 18 months, I'm going to have to start sending you Christmas cards, because this has been a process in which lots of us who love this community have been engaged, and particularly those who love that park. And I want to say I've walked my dog in that park since the day I moved to this town. My kids play in that park all the time, and as recently as Saturday. So we are all here as people who love this community and want to do what's best for the total community. To the issue of North Wayne Field and what can be done there, I want to speak, and I should have said, my name is Kevin Maroney. I live at 116 Poplar. The issue that I really feel needs to be most addressed in North Wayne Field is, let me take you back to that October 1st storm. Up until about 1:30 in the morning, the creek was straining but doing fine. At about that time, my neighbor Bill Bruno reported that about a wave of water about knee-deep came down the driveway from North Wayne Park, crossed North Wayne Ave, creating a great hazard, overran his property, and that's where it hits the creek. And in moments, Poplar and Willow were underwater. That same pattern was repeated again during Hurricane Irene last year, and it was repeated again on May 15th, May 16th of this year. So speaking as the resident down there, rather than looking, and I understand Commissioner Curley's point about levels of water, what happens in our neighborhood is the creek is doing its best to contain that water. But when the water barrels down from the overflow from the failing storm basin, hits the creek, then we flash flood. I mean, any resident down there will tell you the water comes and the water goes. It's not there a long time. But so whatever we do in North Wayne Park, repair, expand, what have you, I would say that the essential thing that needs to take place is that the overflow water needs to go somewhere else. And to that point, it doesn't matter to me personally how big the basin is, but where the overflow water goes when it has to go. Because when it comes down to us, that's the disaster. Because that is why the water is a raging torrent and moves cars. On the May 15th night, wasn't quite ready for that one. It actually burst my basement door in. So however we want to approach that basin, can we do something, Ryan, to redirect the overflow water so that it is not a small tsunami coming down on Poplar? Thank you very much.
I love aggressive women. Way to beat him out.
Sorry. Well, I know that I'm definitely not an expert on storm.
We want your name and
Carla.
address, okay?
Well, I know I'm definitely not an expert on this.
You want to give
stuff.
us your name and address?
Huh?
Your name
Carla Gagan,
and your address?
Forest Road, 15 Forest. Why
Thank-
are you?
Well, everyone has to do that
15
just so we
Forest Road.
have a point of reference where you're speaking from. Thank you.
Sorry. Anyway, I don't really know much about this, but I do know that last year I was in 8th grade, and every day I'd walk home from school through that park. And every day I'd see someone on the playground or playing soccer, or I'd see the baseball team practicing, or people walking their dogs. And I know that that park means so much to us, and everyone who lives near it really spends a lot of their time there. And without it, little kids wouldn't really get to go out and play and be part of nature, and all the animals like squirrels and birds would wind up in people's yards, and people with dogs would have to get smaller dogs or ship their dogs off somewhere else because a lot of the dogs around here need exercise, so even the baseball team wouldn't have anywhere to practice. And I feel like the solutions you've suggested for the park won't take care of it all, and it's just such a small amount for such a big deal. Like, the park is so big to us, and it doesn't make sense that it's only going to take care of 8%. So I think we might want to go with something like a rain garden or water barrels, because that'll take care of more of it, and it won't ruin the park.
Thank you.
And we have a petition,
Okay.
which was signed by people who would like the park to stay. And here's a few pictures, you guys, of what people have done at the park and how much it means to us.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hi, Ken Taylor, 242 Willow Avenue. Yes, that side of Willow Avenue that includes on our properties the Gulf Creek. As the Chagrin Valley study indicated, this township has, and I suggest to Mr. Spengler, for over 100 years, chosen to use natural water courses to course its stormwater, including the predominant portion of which is street runoff, through the township and exiting the township downstream. In doing so, this township has saved countless dollars over the years of not having to install a California-style culvert system, but this system and this method penalizes those who live in the lower sections and on the creek itself by utilizing their property and overflooding their property to, in essence, save the township funds since North Wayne was developed at the turn of the 19th century. I hate to put it this way, but it may be time. That course of business is running out. It's time to pay. We don't like to hear about million-dollar capital expenditures, especially when they're unfunded. I acknowledge that what Commissioner Spengler has said is that this is all the more reason, whether the concept that Commissioner Schaefer has or the more logical concept that Commissioner Nagel and several other of you have indicated, that it's probably going to require a hybridization of dealing with these kind of projects and some kind of education and handling of the water at the source. That is all the more reason why we need to move forward with the stormwater utility. While I'd like to place the responsibility of dealing with the water at the source on the township expenditures, to a certain degree, it's going to require, whether it's a rain barrel or a rain garden, it's going to require a change of mindset on the properties by the property owners. One of the ways of getting that change of the mindset accelerated is the plan that the water utility would grant a abeyance or credit for on-site water management and percolation on the property. It is the carrot, or rather the stick, because the township would be able to change the attitudes and I think hasten the utilization of a hybrid system using this kind of an installation and a changing and elimination of the water at the source. I think that stormwater utility serves that purpose as well. It serves as a bit of a carrot stick approach to hasten the public mindset and handling the water on their own property, eliminating and reducing the necessity of the township to step in and perhaps allowing the township in years future to either reduce or eliminate the utility itself if that public mindset in handling the water on the site by the crediting system ends up working out to the advantage of the overall stormwater flow problem. I agree with Commissioner Nagel that if these townships can't get their acts together and form some kind of an inter-township municipal water flood authority, and whether that is dealing out the money that comes perhaps from all affected townships to deal with these the problems upstream rather than dealing with them after the water comes downstream and impacts these properties. If the townships can't get their acts together in forming intermunicipal authorities to handle this, Mr. Nail's suggestion that perhaps going to the state legislature is a very good one, because we're seeing the impact from Tredyffrin. We know this is an intermunicipal problem. If the townships can't get their act together, if there's no legal redress, it seems to me that the legislature is the answer. About the North Wayne field, I agree with Commissioner Nagel that perhaps the 80% of 8% could be the difference between the storm rising into the middle of your backyard and getting at your basement. With as long as this township and this board, although not made up of the same members that are sitting here currently, while they have dawdled and put off dealing with this and commanded study after study, we've got to the point where we'll take 80% of 8%. If it remedies even that difference between the flooded basement and the flooded backyard, we'll take it. That's a step in the right direction. It's not the only answer, but it's a move in the right direction. We look forward to you moving with all dispatch on the stormwater utility so that the funding can no longer be the excuse to turn a blind eye to this matter. Thank you.
Sonia Gagan, 15 Forest Road. This is more of a question. I understand plans A and B can only hold 25% before they start to overflow, or can only hold a 25-year storm before they start to overflow, so that, to me, that would indicate there'll still be significant flooding. Plan C, the only way it can accommodate a 100-year storm is by allowing the water out faster, and if it puts it downstream, I wonder how that will change the flow upstream.
Well, we discussed that, but you're making comments, not asking questions, okay? So you can comment on that.
I don't know if somebody. Okay.
Well, no, we understood. We asked those questions about, and we would have to look into the effect it would have downstream if we put the water out and the overflow. We asked all those questions, and we will get answers on those if we decide to proceed.
Well, maybe Ryan could try to help her with the answers.
No. It's public comment, not public question. Thank you.
My name is Tim Franklin. I live at 1 Forest Road, and I agree with Commissioner Schaefer. I actually went to Norristown Township to buy a rain barrel, and I offered them to contact Radnor, and they said they'd be delighted. It cost me $50. They sold 500 in a day. It's a tiny solution to the problem, but it does help. I think everyone would want to do something like that. As you can see from those pictures, my property and pretty much everyone else on Forest Road is dramatically affected by floods. I've had 4 feet of water in my own basement. I agree Poplar needs fixed, Willow needs fixed, that field needs fixed because it does blow over, but I do not agree that we need to take the whole field and destroy a whole field just to solve a small, and I don't even know if it'll solve anything, to be quite honest. I think we need to look at the whole community because I don't think everybody realizes that upstream, why did the dredges stop at Oak? Just curious. Couldn't they not continue all the way up?
Mr. Norsini, can you update us on?
We still have one last final section to do, and that'll be in the area of the pipe that crosses Forest, I guess 2 houses away from you.
Okay. Where the cattle fence is? Because
Correct.
We have a cattle fence that crosses the stream, which, when it floods, gets blocked up with logs and everything else, and then you can see my backyard. It washes out my children's play set. It just cleans out the whole place, puts 4 feet of water in my basement. So it's not just an isolated part of the community, and I just want everyone to understand that. I think it all needs to be solved. I don't know what the solution is. I don't think decimating the whole Wayne Park is the right answer.
Thank you.
My name is John Valiutini. I live at 106 Walnut Ave, and I just have a question for Kevin, is it? That's CVE?
Well, you're supposed to be addressing the commissioners, and we'll direct the questions, okay?
I just, the numbers that were presented tonight, the 8%, I just need clarification, maybe I missed it. That 8% is based on the 45 acres that discharges into the basin today?
Yes.
Okay. But wouldn't that 8% actually be a higher number? Because when you look at that aerial view, that 45 acres is entirely impervious. If you look at the balance, which is the 600 and some odd acres, there's a lot of, grass coverage there. So wouldn't the impact of the basin be more than 8% relative to the amount of water that's being discharged in there? That's why I was kind of looking.
Well, the
at that.
engineers figured it out. But
Yeah, I think the answer is correct. If your assumption is correct, I think you're...
Yeah, just based on the amount of water. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that the 8% is just based on area, has nothing to do with water. And my point is that, I'm not an engineer either, but my point is that it's logical when you look at the aerial view that 45 acres is entirely impervious. So
Impervious?
Impervious.
North Wayne Field?
No, I'm talking about the 45 acres that drains into it.
Oh, the 45 acres is, okay, it includes...
It's entirely impervious.
Well, no, there's homes there. Same way there's homes on West Avenue that have grass. I mean, it's not just the AT&T lot. That 45 acres you look at. Yeah,
it's more impervious. So my point is, when we were doing these calculations...
The engineers will calculate that, yeah.
Pardon me?
The engineers will calculate that for us.
Yeah, okay. All right.
So,
good enough. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Craig Sullivan. I back up the North Wayne Field. I don't have a paved driveway. It's stone. My backyard, I have a berm and planted area so my water doesn't run off into the field. I took the gutters off. The water comes off the house. I have a slate and brick where the water falls. It runs into the garden. So I'm doing my own thing to keep it green. I think we all should have tried a little bit. A couple points, if I could, to the plan. And it is a good plan, even though I'm not liking what I see with it. But on sheet 5, the USGA map, they showed the 45 acres around the AT&T, but it didn't include further east along West Avenue, across North Wayne, up to the high point about Teresa's, across North Wayne to Station. That whole area sheds to Poplar as well. So I didn't know if that was included. It's a little more acreage. So as you look at the...
They just did the acres that went to North Wayne.
Yeah, so there is more area that runs down the street and goes right in front of Bill Bruno's house all the time. Talking about that, across the street from Bill Bruno's house, there's 3 inlets, and tonight they were holding water. Those 3 inlets would capture any overflow from the basin or the culvert. And right now there's water there, Steve, and I guess I can't address you, but I don't know if there's a pipe clog crossing the street on North Wayne going over to the culvert that goes into the creek, but there is water standing up about a foot down from the top of the grate in 3 of those inlets right there at North Wayne. I think that's where we're getting a lot of clog with the flow of overland on the Bill's property and down into Poplar. On the 3 proposals, I noticed that the minimal amount of yardage of dirt to be removed from the site was 38,000 yards. And I don't know if it was calculated in the cost of building those basins to truck that dirt away, but that averages about $15 a yard. So I don't know if the estimate that we saw tonight, I don't know, the engineer could answer that. But when you have the extra dirt, it has to go somewhere that's permitted. So that could be another 40,000 yards of 15, that's over $600,000 for dirt, if it's not already computed in for all the proposals. Then to buy the field. The field is owned by the school district, I believe, today, if you could correct me. A buildable lot in Radnor for a home ranges anywhere from $250,000 to $400,000 a lot, a buildable lot. Kind of high. So we got 3.5 acres, 5 acres. Do the math. We're almost up to $2 million for land acquisition. So we got all this money coming at us. We're probably spending about $3 million for the basin, another $2 million for land. That's 5. So where's the water coming from? Well, we got 41 acres. We're coming across a culvert from the West Avenue area. It's coming down and flooding out, going into this basin that never has worked. I never understood it when they were building it, what it was happening there. I couldn't figure it out, and I do come with some knowledge to the game to understand it, but I didn't say anything, and it hasn't worked. I actually never really see a lot of water sitting in the basin. It all seems to be underneath. But that water that's coming out of that culvert, I sent an email off to my commissioner, Steve, and Mr. Z, and I mentioned a couple things thinking out of the fairway. And, you know, if we take that water and we put a recharge underneath the AT&T parking lot. Now, of course, that's a private-public partnership, which is another good thing. But then we get a green initiative, and I know we hear recharge doesn't work, but it does work if it's done properly. And on top of that, when the water seeps down underneath it at that elevation, the water would go down. If it goes anywhere, it's going to go sideways towards the train tracks, which is another BMP, because the train tracks are full of rock, and that would filter more water into the ground. So you could build a facility, put it in that parking area, capture some water, and I guarantee you wouldn't be spending $6 million to do it. And I think we could get some more things out of that as well. So I think we really need to look at it, not just trying to come in and take a small little bit of problem that's been flooding out the poor homeowners down there in an area that was a pond 100 years ago. Wayne has had a lot of landfill. The middle school was a landfill. That was a pond. The area where John's Village Mark, that was a pond. So they push dirt, and they have these creeks, and they run around. Now we're paying for it. But let's really take a look at it and see where the value is. I just think that if we look at the cost of what those basins cost, I'm not even talking about my personal value backing up to a new basin, what that would mean, but the value of taking a field away from a community that is a walkable community. I walk and bike all through Wayne often, and that West Beech Tree Road lane gets more activity of walkers than almost any street in the township today. There's people that walk it constantly. They come from out the area. So I don't know if it's the field, but it's the community that's there. So if we take a look at the 41 acres and try to deal with it where it's at, and not try to stick it in a place where it's not going to even handle it, because if it does spill, it's going to spill to Poplar. If the basin, it's still going to get there. So as someone had mentioned, if the basin is built, where's the spillway going to go? It's still going to go down to Woodland, and it's still going to go down to Willow, and it's still going to go to Poplar. You can't change the grade there. So I ask you to think out of the box, think out of the golf course, out of the fairway, and let's try to get something going here where we can actually correct an existing problem at the source, or if not, there's other options. But please, look long and hard at it. I understand you are talking to these companies, and please stay after that, because I think the numbers are really going to scare you when you add them all up and get the hard numbers out when you finally go to bid. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Patrick Harper. I'm from West Beech Tree Lane, also in North Wayne. I just want to say I think everyone obviously recognizes there's an issue, and I think a lot of people are very sympathetic to people in Walnut and Poplar for that. I think the main goal that everyone wants is to find a reasonable and effective solution. I know people are really chomping at the bit, just do something, do something. But it's not going to mean anything if it's not reasonable and effective. And I think the numbers we heard tonight it doesn't seem to me that that's really the best bang for our buck as far as what's out there. The gentleman before, he mentioned something about who owns North Wayne Park. I just want to confirm with the board, is it the school district that owns?
Yes.
Okay. Have we reached out to the school board or the school district to find out when we were doing this study or how much it would cost, or to be open to even giving up that land for this purpose?
No, we wanted to see what this would look like before we pursued purchasing the property, if there was any support for that.
Okay. And is there any estimate on the cost of that, purchasing the property?
No, we haven't done an appraisal, but
Okay.
it's
So that 1 million to 1.5 million, that would be in addition to whatever the cost of that property would be?
that's right, that's correct.
Okay.
We could also then ask the school district to make the improvement on behalf of this, and then just, if it's their property, we can turn it over to them and ask them
Yeah.
to put that
They'll be
in place.
receptive to that, right?
Yeah.
It's an option.
The other question I have is, it seems like a lot of that, we're talking about 46 acres. And I don't know the exact numbers, but it seems like 41 of those are coming from the other side of the train track. Is that accurate? It seems like about five acres is the park, and the other 41 are coming. Has anyone ever looked at reaching out to AT&T? Because in addition to the big AT&T building, there's also that parking lot that borders the train tracks. It's not always used. Has anyone even looked into that possibility of putting some kind of basin on that side to prevent the water from even going in and becoming part of the issue?
You don't have room for a basin, but you could do groundwater recharge under the ground. That's a possibility if it was cost effective.
But to answer that, yes, I've had conversations with AT&T.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, no, I know him first because I got in the front seat. My name's Ted Hosp, 409 North Wayne Avenue, retired engineer, been here since 1969. I've been studying this flooding problem since all of that time. This is filled with documents that the township has done. Many, this is the 10th study we've had, the one you have tonight. There were most of them were smaller, but there were 3 really large ones, 1973, 1976. And I'm not exactly sure the date, but I can get those dates for you because some of them are in here. I'm really saddened in a way that things are going the way they are here. There are a lot of people that are being hurt a lot by this flooding.
You want to address the commissioners?
We're not getting the right answers here. I don't know why. We wasted our time here with all this tonight. We wasted our the time and money that, Bob, you put into this whole shebang that we got presented tonight. That's not the problem. Let me start this way. At my house is high, which is good. But the backyard is all flat. It was over 31 to 35 inches high-velocity water on this last May 16th. The stream was about 7 feet higher than normal. It has to go someplace. Where does it go? Down to Poplar Avenue. Now, all of the water coming, all of the AT&T lots and all of that field over there is only, at the best, the highest would be 17% of the water that's coming down. Now, the water that's coming down is already far, far, far more than that Poplar Avenue area can hold. It's obvious. You just look at the numbers. I can show them to you. They're in here. But no, I've called your office, asked to talk to you. I never got an answer. Talked to Mr. Steve and never got an answer. There are answers from years ago, from the 1973, 74, 75 studies that were very good. Progress was started. Let me explain one part about a bathtub. The bathtub is a structure where water comes in at the top, should go out at the bottom, and it works fine as long as the amount on the bottom isn't lower than the amount that comes in. Poplar Avenue and about 5 other areas are bathtubs. Poplar Avenue is the worst, the biggest. The water coming down from the Church of the Savior, Valley Forge Military Academy, there is so much water coming down, high velocity, that there isn't much that field can do in the first place. One part about the field. I do not believe that those retention basins.
Excuse me, could you just address the commissioners?
Okay.
Yeah, so you stay with the mic.
Speak into the microphone,
Yeah.
Ted.
Okay, would the board see if the drain pipes coming from the field actually get to that 36-inch pipe that's supposed to be underground? Now, I personally walked when they built that thing. I put a rope around myself and around the bushes, and I left a sign, man in pipe. I went all the way up to check it. I did not believe that the construction would be very good, but I was quite amazed. It was very, very, very good. But the connections that are made at the street by North Wayne Avenue, I'll bet they don't even exist worth a darn. They don't really collect the water. It doesn't go through that pipe. And the worst of that, the pipe is at a perpendicular to the stream. Duncan Hughley said, well, if it's a problem, we will change it later. I have that in writing. Now, even then, the problem is that's a bathtub. The water coming down is larger than the amount that can go up. There's a garage at 110 Poplar Avenue, which was supposed to be removed. Well, that was kind of touchy. Why is that still not in the marketplace? The bank on the other side of that, well, they were going to undercut the garage, and you have an 18-foot wide bridge going through a 5-foot space on the bottom at that garage. It can't get through. So what happens? The bathtub fills up. But eventually bathtubs overflow. It flows farther down Poplar Avenue through all those houses and through all the backyards, and that's why those cars slide down in that direction. Because the water it can't get past the garage. It's now all going down Poplar between the houses. There's so many obvious things that somehow are being missed by the whole darn crew that's been looking at this stuff for years. Now, I'm 79. I'm sick and tired of this whole study. I hope I get that message across, too. So, one, why the people down to Willow are justifiably concerned. But when you have a storm as big as this, the water is going to get down there anyhow, even if it has to overflow that bathtub and drown all your houses near Poplar. It's going to go overflow and go between the other houses, which it's doing, and get down there anyhow. You're getting the same flow down at Willow Avenue. It just, in the meantime, is destroying a lot of homes and taking a lot of other paths. So that's not part of the discussion anymore. It's weird how we can have solutions back in the 70s that didn't get funded because you ran out of money. I know there's North Wayne Field work you're talking about is a waste of time. You don't have the money to do that anyhow. Back then, an obvious thing is it takes 7 commissioners to do anything. Pardon me. You have 7 commissioners, it takes 4 to do something. But each of you, 7, has your area to protect and your area that wants money, and that's how everything stopped in the first ward up there. You couldn't get 7 commissioners agree to work the problem right at that garage at 110 Poplar Avenue, and the people that owned the land on the other side, I should have had something in my mouth, I'm getting dry here. The people on the other side started lawsuits. They said they did. But later on, nobody could find those lawsuits. They didn't exist.
We got your point. The commissioners, and I was one of them, that pushed for it and couldn't get the votes in 1970.
Yep.
Couldn't get them in 1990.
Yep.
But now we have a board of commissioners that is looking at a stormwater authority that hopefully will get us the funding so we'll be able to deal with the problems.
But you should have understood that the money that you just spent studying North Wayne Field, most of that is wasted cash. The part that I expected to hear tonight.
Well, we didn't know what the results were going to be. We wanted to look at it as an option. So we looked at it, and now we know what the results are. We can make a decision based on that.
Start. I've got,
All right.
But the piping between there and Poplar Avenue, I think, is atrocious. The maps don't even show the darn thing. They really show all
Ted,
the
we're
connections.
going to work on repairs to the existing basin, all right? We know there are shortcomings there. We're going to try to clean it out, get the silt out of there, make the valve work properly, and move forward.
Connect to that 36-inch
And we'll check the pipes also. Thank you.
If you would, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let's get to the right problem. Stop making Poplar Avenue a bathtub. That water has to get past the garage. Otherwise, you're wasting all your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Bill Bruno, 205 North Wayne Avenue in Wayne, PA. I listened tonight to some of the things that my neighbors were saying, and 2 of them were pretty close, Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Hosp, as far as the problem goes. There's a lot more water, I think, here than some of you even may realize. I've lived this situation. I've seen it, looked into it. one of the things I think that may have been left out is that when Amtrak did the tracks over, they used concrete ties, which makes the water come in faster from the railroad bed itself, probably as far up as in Tredyffrin. On the left side, if there's a high-speed curb for the new train system, the high-speed train that's going to be going in, which is banked to the left, so when the water hits the tracks, it comes off much quicker into the gully, down the gully, into the culvert, under the railroad bridge, and out into the basin. The reason why I looked into this is because I was wondering where all these railroad ties were coming from that were stuck in the spillway underneath the bridge. And I'm saying, geez, this must be coming from the railroad bed itself. So I went up on Eagle Road, I got out of the car, I looked over the bridge, and I could see it, how the roadway is tilted. And Ryan also mentioned that 8% of the water that is in the basin is what would be, held back if it was working properly. 8% of the problem. But I think what comes down my driveway, having observed it for over 20-some years, is not only do we have the water coming from the basin, not from the overflow, but also from the spillway itself, because that gets jammed up with debris like railroad ties, sticks, trees, rock, and it doesn't even reach the basin. So a lot of times the basin isn't even taking water. It's coming right past it on the right-hand side. It's been grooving. If you go up there, you could see it's been grooving the right side of the basement for years. And the overflow has been overflowing so much that the tree coming into the park, you can see the roots. So that's a lot of years of erosion which is occurring. So I think we have a twofold problem. One is we have a little bit more water than we may have been expecting. And the 8% figure, I'm a little bit leery of that because I don't know if they're adding in the water that's coming from North Wayne Avenue from the north and from the south. As it comes out of the Wayne Business District down to the culverts in front of my house and from also the water coming from...
They're not adding that. That's not in the 8%.
Well, that is a lot of water, let me tell you.
But
A lot of water comes down.
We're discussing North Wayne Field. That water never gets to North Wayne Field.
I understand that.
Okay,
But
all right.
that water does reach Poplar Avenue.
Yeah, no, but as
Tremendously.
as the rest of the 600 acres does.
Well, I understand that, but what I'm saying is that North Wayne Avenue contributes a lot more coming down my driveway, which floods Poplar, than just the basin itself. If the basin were working properly, in other words, if the spillway was working properly, if it was designed so that it had some kind of a trap, so that if we have one section of it that's deeper than the other where the solids fall into, it's like a plumbing situation, fall into it and then the water rises in and be able to go cleanly into the basin, then that would probably stop a lot of that, of the basin being not even used and just flooding and just going right around it. And what happens too is that the basin, or actually the grates in front of my house, they actually stop working because there's so much pressure from the basin when it is working properly that it can't accept any more water. It's being shut, the grates are being shut off. So the grates in front of my house can't accept any more water, which start to overflow, and then that comes down the driveway and floods out Poplar. If a simple solution that I see to it is just, even if a pipe was put in separately in the basin may be made a little bigger. I don't think the whole field is a great idea, but it's an idea that he was asking to do the best job he could with. If a separate pipe was put in the basin, put into the creek and pitched, that way I think would alleviate a lot of problems. Clean that spillway. Make sure that spillway is open, which Steve and his guys do a good job doing that now. But before it wasn't, and it was bypassing it for years. And I complained about it for years, and nothing was done. And then with the addition of the railroad tracks, the addition of the new tie system that has been put in, we have a serious problem. And I think Amtrak should also be brought into the picture because they're the ones who did the track work. And they should be controlling water coming off of their property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Betty Serbeck, and I live at 105 Poplar Avenue. I've lived there 40 years, and I've watched the creek flood. And I've noticed it. I notice it ends up flooding North Wayne and Poplar, that particular area, when it comes down Bill Bruno's driveway. The creek, when it's properly dredged, does handle the water from the rest of the acre, but it doesn't handle the water that comes off of the North Wayne field. I think you could make a pond or a basin there that could be very attractive with grass and greenness, and children could walk through it. Maybe you couldn't play all the time, but I think this is probably the only viable solution, frankly. I think the basin at Barnes & Noble in Devon for that little store is bigger than the one in North Wayne field, and I don't think we can kid ourselves that fixing that little basin is going to be enough. I really don't think that's reasonable. Rain barrels aren't going to help me at my house when there's 3 feet of water in my yard, but if you reduced 10%, it would have been enough in any of these storms to keep it out of my basement. It doesn't need to be a whole lot as much as I feel that people here seem to think. I think North Wayne Field could still be usable and green and a nice place, even though we're using it as a basin. Thank you.
Kathy Pearsall, 114 West Beech Tree Lane. I appreciate the fact that you have to address the quality of life here for all residents. And we who live near the park are very sympathetic to those who are flooded over on Poplar and Willow and the other streets in the community. Midland Avenue, I have friends who live over there, and I understand what they go through. Home plate is behind my backyard, and next to my driveway is the Maryvale Park entrance to North Wayne Field. It was a piece of land donated by Isabella McKnight. The Kirschners live in her house, and she donated that easement for all of us to enjoy as we walk into the park. I have offered to the township that I could sit there and tally the number of people who use North Wayne Park. They use it from before dawn until after dark. They are all ages, infants through people who are in their 80s. They stroll, they play ball, the school district has teams who practice, the community uses it. I don't have to tell you the obvious. We all enjoy this park. I was a bit surprised that this discussion was going to happen on the 10th of September, and it was then postponed. And I contacted the school district because I did know they owned the land, and they didn't know anything about this plan. So I appreciate Craig Sullivan's adding the estimate for you for the cost of the land, because I'm not sure that they may be so excited about selling it because they value the field space for their educational program. So I just wanted to add that. What I am urging you to do is to come up with a solution that is going to work for all residents. We know you have to solve the water problem, but it's not just the people in North Wayne who use that field. All residents of the township use that field, and I think we need to work hard to find a solution for everyone's quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Well, thank you all for your comment, and thank you for the study you did, and we appreciate it.
Commissioner, just if I may, anybody, if you have your email address, if you can email it to myself tomorrow, that we'll keep you informed, because as we continue developing this, we'll have more meetings here in this room to discuss that.
What's the next step for this whole process as far as studying the park and everything else?
As part of this, what we'll do is we'll reconvene again with Chagrin Valley Engineering to take in a lot of the comments that we heard this evening and a lot of comments received in the past. And we'll reformulate here and look at a lot of the questions that the commissioners have brought out, reformulate that, and then bring that back. But what we'll do is before we actually bring it back to the Board of Commissioners, we'll hold another meeting in this room here for everybody to attend to kind of give you a progress of how we're making with what we've taken this evening. So we will take all the comments in here that we've heard this evening in.
We're done with comments.
I just wanted to ask if they were going to do anything with that basin now in between while it's going. I think Bill Bruno said it was bypassing it on flows. Is there anything?
Yeah, that's what this whole discussion is about.
But I mean, anything right now to
It's going
capture
to be
that
worth
water.
to spend $90,000 on that, the estimate, to make it work properly. That's why we're doing this, because we don't want to spend $90,000 if it's not going to help the problem at all.
No, but I mean, some of the water's not getting into the basin.
Yeah,
It's going around the side.
I understand
I don't
that.
think it would cost
We'll keep
$90,000.
that clean. As Mr. Bruno said, we've been trying to keep that area under the tracks religiously clean religiously, and we also address the orifice plate in the structure, the outfall. So we'll continue to do that to try to get as much water into the basin in its current configuration.
Thank you, Mr. Norsini.
Thank you. All right, community development, Don?
Sure, we're going to have a presentation, Bob.
Presentation of
That's
Sarah
correct,
Pilling?
Sarah Pilling.
On a lighter note, I might as well do it. Well, Don asked me to wait. He wanted a drink of water. Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Well, you all know who I am. My name is Sarah Pilling, and I live in Ward 7, John Fisher's ward, on Garrett Avenue. And I'm coming before you tonight representing a flock of Radnor residents called Radnor Residents for Legalizing Urban Home Chickens. I had a veterinarian who lives in Radnor Township with me tonight, but her children needed to go home to bed. But she has offered her services to come and speak to the commissioners, the Board of Health, whatever want. So this summer we circulated petitions, and despite it being summer, 94, actually it's 2 more now, 96, signed our petition and offered support for revising or replacing the existing ordinance that deals with chickens, which is 10 acres for a hatchery in an agricultural area, to allow home chickens in Radnor Township. What are we asking for? We're asking for a code to be written to permit, with restrictions, as an accessory use, chickens in all residential neighborhoods for personal use only. This would mean female-only chickens for laying eggs. No roosters. Sorry, gentlemen, roosters are not necessary. The number of hens to be determined by the zoning district with its associated side yard setbacks, distance from the house, distance from the neighbors, to be confined. That's for the safety of the chickens from foxes, raccoons, and hawks. To be housed safely, that's also for the chickens. And the housing that is used for a chicken, called a coop, would not be visible from the street and would be shielded from the neighbor. For example, my house at 29 Garrett Avenue, which is in Ward 7, it's R5, and using the access I can get through the public access of Delaware County, has 7,440 square feet of land. I could have, in this new ordinance, 2 to 3 chickens. That would mean 2 to 3 eggs every day, 300 days a year. I would not need to go buy chickens. So, I mean, eggs. So why are we doing this? Why are we asking for this? Why has this 96 people signed this petition? Well, in case you hadn't noticed, there's a movement towards more sustainable living. Food, buying locally from farmers markets, not only the Ardmore Farmers Market and the Stratford Farmers Market, but those that open up in the summer season, Bryn Mawr, Oakmont, Newtown Square, which not only helps the people get more local food, but it helps the local farmers find an outlet for their food so that small farms are existing in Delaware County and around, but they're actually expanding. Or, as we did this summer, gardening at Skunk Hollow, where 46 families gardened together, and we produced an extraordinary amount of food, and people were willing to do the work, and they grew community, and they were growing pesticide-free, locally grown foods. So having home chickens is a logical next step. Female-only chickens fed good quality, hormone and antibiotic-free food, with their diets amended with vegetable peelings and insects that they gobble down, produce gorgeous nutritious eggs. Chickens will eat ticks, so you have a health issue here because it can reduce the amount of ticks on your property. And their waste, called chicken poop, is a great addition to the home compost pile, resulting in more nutritious compost to be added to for vegetables and flower gardens. Thus, we further reduce the use of chemical fertilizers that wash into our streams. It's sort of a win-win situation. So what might be your concerns? Noise, you say. Well, I have a little sound piece of a video, but I'm not going to take your time, that I stuck 18 inches from a female chicken, and you'd have to listen really hard to hear her. When they lay an egg, there is a little bit of excitement, but other than that, it's basically a very quiet cluck-cluck. Smell, you might say. There is little to none if one uses pine shavings or any other organic bedding for the chickens, and you remove it regularly, and you add it to the compost pile. Disease. Dr. Joan Capuzzi, a Radnor resident and a licensed veterinarian, well, other than she had to go home, will answer any of the questions on any disease of chickens. I'm sure your biggest worry is avian flu. That is a result of overcrowding of chickens in a commercial thing. Enclosure, because I said it would be short. There are cities, boroughs, and townships throughout the United States who are responding positively to citizen requests to accommodate home chickens. Middletown Township wrote a really very nice, comprehensive new ordinance in 2009 that not only covers chickens, it covers goats, sheep, pot-bellied pigs, dogs, and cats. It's not just a chicken ordinance, it's all animals so that they are kept safely on property. They don't do whatever other animals do. Swarthmore Borough has a new one. You probably saw it on the front page of the paper this summer. 2 families living side by side. The whole back is vegetable garden and chickens. Westchester is writing a new ordinance this month. It's coming up for their vote. And there are 65 cities also throughout the United States who have done this. And these cities, one example is my friend who lives in Westport, Connecticut. They celebrate their birds through an annual tour of chicken coops, etc. So what is our request? Our request is that you authorize staff with a small group of people who are committed to this project to prepare an ordinance, to go through the public process, to go to planning for review and discussion, to go to the Board of Health, and with a final ordinance to return to you for you to make the decision that we can or cannot have chickens. Legally have chickens. There are lots of chickens in Radnor Township right now, but we would like to see them legal and regulated and protected. Are there any questions, or would you like me to stop?
Sarah, can you, are there setbacks in these ordinances that you say? I mean, is it the same setback in every zoning?
It could be an accessory use. No, it depends on the zoning.
So like in a dense area, R5, you could have them close to your property line?
5 feet.
5 feet. Is that what you've seen in these communities that have the ordinances?
Some of them are 10 feet. Some of them are 5 feet. It just depends on how the deal is, and maybe Kevin can explain it to you a little better, to have it an accessory use, just like a shed, just like a garage.
But it wouldn't have to be like that. I mean, we could set the setbacks set up the setbacks that we thought were appropriate.
Absolutely.
For this use.
And the number of hens and the size of the coop would be dependent on the zoning district that it was in. R5 would have the smallest number. R1 might have more, but the part of the piece is it's for raising eggs. And how many eggs do you need? Because a chicken lays an egg 300 days a year. But you can't have one chicken because chickens are social animals. So we're just asking to work with this to see what kind of go through the process and see what comes out of it, rather than just the way it is now, where people are hiding their chickens.
I haven't seen any chickens in Radnor.
Well, you haven't been looking.
They're doing a good job.
I was in Key West. They walk right along the street while you're done.
Before I finish, let me tell you what the spread of the signatures is. In Jim Higgins' ward, there were 9 signatures. In Kevin's, there were 2. In Bill Spengler's, there were 13. In Lane's, 15. John Nagel, 2, because I didn't get to Bryn Mawr very much. Don Curley, 19. And John Fisher wins with 34. We had a historic tour yesterday.
I signed it 33 times.
I think there was home field advantage
I
there.
didn't sign
too.
the petition, but I do support it.
He does support it, but we had an historic tour of Garrett Hill yesterday, and I was stationed at the Pig and Whistle explaining to them why it was the Pig and Whistle, and I could not believe the number of people who, I'm sorry, know who I am, but were telling me about all the chickens that were here up until the 60s. There were chickens, there were ducks, and there were pigeons all over Garrett Hill. So I just am asking you to look at that.
So these chickens are just for eggs? You don't eat them?
No.
You can eat them, though, right?
You could, but part of the deal would be no slaughtering of chickens in Radnor Township. You'd have to send it off. And no selling of eggs. So Kevin's issue, I'm sure, would be vendor's license. No, this is personal use.
So, Sarah, do we have a draft ordinance, like a sample from another
We
town?
can get a sample, yes, very easily.
I mean, I totally, I support this. You know, I think we need to see what it looks like in the end before we can say we're going to enact it. But I think with proper controls and maybe a licensing procedure, so that if someone does violate more than once or
Right.
2 times, they lose their opportunity.
They lose
to do
their
this.
and if the neighbor complains and says.
Because we don't want to create problems, but if we can solve a lot of
Well, then you
these-
got to charge a permitting fee, because if you're
That's
going to
fine.
have to enforce it.
Let me just
Well,
say
if we do
that.
that's fine.
That's fine.
Let me just say that I'm not
Just
in
like we
favor of
do.
it. I'm not ready for Radnor chicken. So how many commissioners are in favor of moving forward with a chicken, looking at a chicken
Why
ordinance?
don't we make a motion?
I'd like to move that we send this to planning to start looking at it.
Well, let's have
I'll second
staff
that.
put together
All right, have
something
staff
to
put
react
something
to.
together.
I mean, it's just, in my opinion, it's just way premature to move this to planning. There's
Right.
a
No,
whole
not
bunch
planning.
of stuff that has to be done behind the scenes. I mean,
We're not asking
I will
that. We're
read
asking to
anything you
draft
send
an
to me.
ordinance.
I know, I will read anything you send to me, but this is way premature to send it to planning, in my opinion. There's a lot of behind-the-scenes work. Let's each of us read, come up with it, form an opinion, and then if we
Yeah, that's
decide
fine.
that we want to send it to planning, we send it to planning.
Can I just suggest the board authorize the staff to put a draft ordinance together?
That's great.
So-
Bring
But
it back, bring it.
John, why would we waste time?
Yes. It's premature, in my opinion, it's
Why
premature
would you
to do
waste
that.
time?
I would suggest the solicitor put that together, and then he'll forward it on to staff for us to further review.
Doing that
No,
free
I-
of charge?
What I would, he's going to do it for free, but as part of that, I thank John for that.
I'm
But
going
I
to work
think-
out a deal for some eggs with Sarah.
But I think Sarah's done a lot of work on this. I think what should be done is a lot of information, Sarah, you can put together, and then Don, in your committee, when all the information's together, maybe we can meet in the committee of the Board of Commissioners and go through that process before we actually start sending it through. That'd be my recommendation.
Yeah, but, I mean, we're not going to stop at chickens. I mean, the reason we have a government and commissioners and ordinances, so we all can live in the community together.
You
And I
think
can
2
tell you-
chickens is going to.
No, but I can tell you that if I had 3 chickens in my yard, the neighbors around me are not all going to be supportive of that. I don't think I'm going to get 100% support for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 neighbors that border my house, to have chickens in your yard.
Maybe they don't want to have chickens.
They don't, and they don't want them in their neighborhood probably.
So to counter that,
I'm going
Bill-
to amend my motion, and my motion is to give it to staff to do the initial research work with Sarah, and let's have a draft ordinance so then we can have a better discussion.
Right. I second
That-
that.
oh,
Well, sorry, Lane. I
I mean, I still think
Squawk
we're
first.
bypassing procedure. We have procedures, we have subcommittees, we have processes. In my opinion, we follow those processes. If we think it's a good idea, then your motion makes sense.
Well,
All right, I'll call the question.
but we need a
Let's
draft,
vote.
so,
Yep.
you know.
Any public comment? All those in favor?
Wait.
you got-
Yes. I am.
My name's Andrew Tillman, Garrett Hill Auto Service. I've been up here before, going through the overlay district in Rosemont, and I can tell you right now, right out of the mouths of the Garrett Hill Coalition, that Garrett Hill is the tightest group of homes in the township, and there's no way you can allow chickens in Garrett Hill. The back lots are so small, it would be impossible for you to raise 2 hens and have your neighbor on the other side of the fence live comfortably in those row homes. There was an article in the Daily Local News about West Brandywine Township going over their zoning, and their stipulation was within, if they were going to raise any hens, they couldn't be within 100 foot of a house, because they also, the hens do go after mice and rats and things of that nature that can carry diseases, not so much as the hens themselves and laying the eggs and all that nonsense. But there's a lot of concerns in raising a hen in your backyard, and that's not to say that you get somebody sells you 2 chicks, and oops, one of them's a hen, or one of them's a rooster. Well, you're going to break his neck? Throw him over the fence, let him go, and you're going to have roosters crowing all over Radnor Township, just like down there in Florida. But I say no to chickens.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, all those in favor say aye. Opposed?
I'm abstaining. I
All
wasn't
right,
here.
it doesn't pass. It's 3-3, so there's no action.
So Sarah, get all the information that you want to get to me. I'll read everything, and we'll take it, see if it's a good idea.
All right, Don?
We have a second presentation from Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission, or regarding Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission.
Good evening. My name's Richard Bickle. I'm Director of Planning at the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission. I want to thank the board for adding us to your agenda tonight. DVRPC is the federally designated metropolitan planning organization for the Philadelphia, Camden, Trenton, 9-county region. And one of the things we have to do to maintain our certification as the region's MPO is prepare a long-range plan. Our current long-range plan goes out till 2035. We're preparing a 2040 plan right now, and our goal is to adopt that plan in July. In addition, very importantly, we maintain a capital program of transportation projects, and that's called the Transportation Improvement Program. And unless your project appears on the TIP, it cannot qualify for federal funding. Lastly, the Philadelphia region is part of a broader ozone and particulate matter non-attainment area. So DVRPC has to evaluate our long-range plan and the capital program to make sure that the projects we add are helping air quality and not worsening it. The last thing that we do is every year we maintain a work program of projects. Delaware County is part of our board. Delaware County and Montgomery County worked with us to nominate a broader study of the Route 30 corridor in Delaware County, Montgomery County, and the Overbrook neighborhood of Philadelphia. That study was completed. Copies have been given to the board. And as a follow-up to that, we have done a study in Haverford Township of the Haverford Road corridor. And this year, we're working on the study, which you have on this handout, with an aerial photo on the back of it, which shows the study corridor. David Anderson, who's the manager of our corridor planning unit, is going to walk you through this handout, and we have a larger map which we can put on the video and shown there. So, David?
Thank you, Rich. Good evening, everyone. Thanks to inviting us here tonight. This is as you can see on the board, this is a map that shows a study area that we'll be concentrating our efforts in over the next year. This study, as Rich pointed out, evolved from the wider study that we did. It's approximately 11 or 12 miles in length in 2011. And we are looking now at a more focused area, and we'll be doing more in-depth analysis at 3 particular locations within this area of US 30. Now, we are looking primarily at pedestrian safety issues and traffic operations. Pedestrian safety is very important. It's a very important emphasis area from the federal government. And we'll be looking at safety along US 30 between Ithon Avenue and Church Walk, which is just in front of the Villanova University campus. We will be conducting a pedestrian origin and destination study to determine the key pedestrian pathways to and from the Villanova Lancaster Avenue parking lots to their campus. So we'll be tracking people using a Bluetooth device, which is pretty much with your cell phone, and we're able to determine what pathway they're taking to cross US 30, where they're going within the campus itself. This will give us some idea as to the percentage distribution of people who are crossing the road and what the crossing points they're using. We'll also be doing a speed study in this area. Speeding is, we have been told, is an issue at certain times of the day, and we'll be doing a speed study over a 24-hour period to determine the average speed for vehicles traveling along US 30 in this area. And we hope to develop improvements and how to implement improvements to slow down traffic and make it a lot safer in this area. A location in this corridor which is the most critical in terms of congestion and mobility is the intersection of US 30 and Spring Mill Sproul Road, which is PA 320, sorry. There is we have done some traffic counts, some turning movement counts in this area over the past couple of weeks. We'll be analyzing that information to determine the level of service. By level of service, you can determine what movement is most congested, how should you adjust the signal timing within this, at this intersection. We'll also be exploring different scenarios, somewhat out of the box improvements where we can reroute traffic in certain areas or redesign the roadway system in that area. So we'll be doing some more intensive analysis in that area. More than just looking at signal timing, we'll be trying to model this area using Synchro or Visim. These are very specific engineering software where we can actually model traffic flow in a hypothetical situation. In addition, to bring everyone together, we'll be forming a committee with PennDOT, SEPTA, Delaware County, Radnor Township, and Villanova University because of their major proposal for improvements within this vicinity. And we'll be sitting down and try to come up with workable solutions and peer review whatever recommendations come out of our studies. We'll be here to provide whatever assistance that Radnor Township would like us to provide in terms of transportation, mobility, and safety within this corridor. In terms of the schedule, we hope to have this done by June of next year, and we will have a final report which highlights our recommendations and findings. This concludes my presentation. If there is any questions.
Anyone have any questions?
Well, just out of curiosity, when you finish your report or this report itself, what does that give a community who would want to take some of these recommendations? I mean, does this report make it more likely to be funded? Or, I mean, most of these changes are on PennDOT. In fact, all of them are on PennDOT roads. So, I mean, is this a prerequisite to having?
Well, it's not necessarily. Well, it helps. It provides information that PennDOT would need. For example, in that report you cited, which is the 2011 report, we look at several intersections that are failing in terms of level of service. We look at several locations that are unsafe that could be improved. And that is just another layer that elevate that project to the top, so to speak. It's no guarantee that it will be funded, but it gives it credibility.
So your assessment of the priority areas is not necessarily PennDOT's assessment?
Well, PennDOT was on that committee, and they more or less, through consensus, agreed to most of what's there.
Okay.
Bob, how does this interact with the closed loop system?
By how does it interact?
Yeah, I mean, because that's supposed to be going on. This looks like it's a study that might be out of date by the time it gets done.
It's possible, but I think as a lot of the development that's going to be taking place, I think that's going to contribute as part of this, where I think this will actually, as the development plans are coming forward here shortly, actually should help in this process, provide you with additional information. So I think a lot of these will run concurrently at the same time, which actually will probably provide you with some very good information as the changes that will occur here.
Just a quick question. You had mentioned that you have been doing pedestrian counts and traffic counts.
Yes.
And you'll be giving a level of service rating for the intersection as it is now.
Yes.
Will we have access to that data before you're done the report in it says June
yes.
30th, 2013.
Yes, the township will be on our study advisory committee, and we'll have interim reports as we go along. So
Great.
hopefully by the end of this year, we should have some information that we can share with you.
Okay, yeah, because it's going to be important to us to understand what currently exists.
Yes.
To compare that to what is, posed. So.
Yes, we definitely should have that by before the end of December. Yes.
All right, thank you.
I want to make some comments about the 2011 report that we have.
Jim wanted to ask a question. Let him ask a question,
Oh.
then you next.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Mr. Anderson, I may have missed this, or Mr. Bickle may have said it, but looking at the map, this is basically a pedestrian safety study and traffic congestion study on the north side of US 30, fronting the Villanova campus. Why did DVRPC choose that particular scope?
When we did the original study last year, one of the most critical intersection was at Spring Mill in terms of congestion, and it was something that we know we had to revisit and study in greater detail. We found out also that Villanova has this major expansion plan proposed for their campus, and that will affect whatever we do at Spring Mill in terms of future trips. So we could not just look at one and not the other. We had to look at them as in total, because they both impact each other.
Okay. And so this is your charter. It seems to me that PennDOT doesn't do the study of how traffic is moving or not moving at Spring Mill and US 30. That's not within their charter to study that?
They're not studying this location. I'm not sure whether, it's their highway. They can study it if they would like to, but they did not. It probably wasn't a priority for them. I can't say why they haven't studied it so far.
Okay.
All right, Elaine?
Well, I just wanted to say, I mean, I really enjoyed reading through this, especially the subsections that were in Radnor, and I would encourage anybody who's interested in this to get online and look at this report, because it is really interesting and gives pictures of what these suggestions might look like. You can just go on the website of dvrpc.org and go under reports and find it. It'll be very helpful to us, this report, when we're doing our comp plan update, which is 2013, it's due. So our comp plan committee will be able to take or reject, I guess, some of these suggestions. It also, I wanted to point out a couple of specific recommendations that are in there that we've already are working towards. And one of them, interestingly, is the sidewalk that we insisted upon on the Bentley Home, County Line Bentley Home subdivision. It's specifically recommended in here, which we pressed hard for that. The other is the crosswalk on North Wayne Avenue. Although this suggests not only a crosswalk, but also a planted median up North Wayne, which I found really interesting and would look great. And it just has on pretty much every terrible intersection we have, it has suggestions on how to fix it. And, you know, these are all unfunded suggestions, so, you know, we'll take that for what they're worth, but it's a great starting point.
Thank you.
All right, any public comment? You have an additional comment?
I just wanted to say in partial response to your question about what happens next. I mean, in the old days, we would have done a study like the one you were referring to, and we would have walked away. What we're trying to do now, given the Haverford Township study and now this study, is revisit the recommendations that come out of the broader corridor study and focus in on specifics and try to amplify what our recommendations are. So we think that by looking at this area and really the opportunity that's presented by Villanova talking about expanding their campus in conjunction with all the existing traffic issues on Route 30, it's a chance for people to get together, SEPTA at the table, PennDOT, District 6, DVRPC, and the Township, and Villanova, and try to come up with a consensus on what the best course of action is.
Thank you. Well, thank you for your presentation. We appreciate it, and we look forward to seeing the final results of your expanded
And thank
study.
you for your patience sitting here so long.
I learned a lot about chickens. Here, chick. All right. Don, you're on.
Yeah, I move the approval of HARB 2012-18 for 134 Runnymede Avenue in Wayne.
Second.
John Fisher, seconded.
Second.
Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0.
And the next item, item D, is an amendment for outdoor dining. And this, Bob, we had decided to take this off the agenda tonight.
That is correct, and I know some of the other commissioners have some concerns, so
Yes.
we'll incorporate those, and then I will get together with Kevin, and we'll work through that and then get something back, and maybe, Don, we can work through your committee.
Very good. And
with
do
those.
we don't need any, we need a motion on this tonight, or do you think not?
It just, if the chairman just removes this
Okay.
from the
So
agenda
it's
this
removed.
evening.
Yeah, we removed it from the agenda. All right. Finance and audit?
I'll move to adopt, excuse me, one sec. I got my pages mixed up. Apologize. I'll move to accept and approve the disbursements summary dated September 10th, 2012 through September 14th, 2012. The disbursements in total of $1,263,798.16.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner comment?
Bill White, do you have any comments or anything you want to say on this?
No, sir.
Pretty straightforward. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Public comment? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0.
I'll move to adopt Resolution 2012-98 for the 2012 Supplemental Budget Amendment Number 2. And I'd like Bill White to, after a second, have Bill White comment on this briefly.
I'll second it, and I also, my head was spinning reading this stuff, Bill, so help me understand.
I will do the very best I can. Be more than happy to answer any questions. Briefly, the charter allows under section 7.08B in part that if the manager certifies to the board that they're available for appropriation revenues in excess of those estimated in the budget, the board may make by resolution supplemental appropriations. So in essence, within the general fund and the capital fund, that is what we're asking the board to do is, A, to recognize that there are revenues in excess of what we initially estimated, and B, to appropriate those revenues to be spent on certain items. And it's important to understand appropriate is different than give authorization to spend. I think later in the meeting, a lot of these items have their own unique resolutions that will require separate board action. So for the general fund and capital fund, that's what we're asking to do. And then within the sewer fund, as if you've been keeping up with the monthly finance reports, it's been documented that our sewer rent income this year was lower than what we thought it was going to be, primarily as a result of lower water usage than expected. We are asking the board to amend the budget to recognize the reduction in revenue from the sewer rent, and then subsequently the reduction in appropriations to make sure that we don't spend the revenue that we didn't get. So that, and then also within the sewer fund, the budget versus actual assumptions on how payroll is allocated between the sewer operations and administration. We're just asking that those two be reconciled. So an expense that was budgeted to be in category A was actually in category B and vice versa. So we're just asking to move appropriations to match that around. So in 2 minutes, that's what this resolution is doing. So if you've got any other questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
But Bill, is it necessary for us to almost do this on a line item basis? I mean, can't you just have an overage and an underage on a line, and in the aggregate come within the spending? I mean, I think that I find somewhat confusing.
If I can, just to add on before Bill answers, I think this is part of the transparency issue to make sure that everybody can follow and connect the dots of where the dollars are going to and what particular purpose they are going for. So it's not like a blanket where, you know, there's a movement of money to specifically there's a reason why they're going there, and the board can actually look and consider those particular items that are set forth.
But can you help me understand, for example, is it actually necessary to have a $1,300, or I guess it's a $3,700 correction to the admin workers' compensation? I mean, do we need to actually do that? Or can't you, since in the aggregate it falls within the spending, to me it just obfuscates where we started and where we'll end up. You don't have to focus. I see you're looking at it, but I'm just picking one. I just picked one item on that set of items at the, you know, underneath the piece. I mean, you know, again, I don't live in the government accounting world, but it just seems odd to me.
Yeah, I guess the direct answer is no. Probably technically we probably do not need to do it, especially with what we're doing in the sewer fund. And then that's correcting a mismatching of assumptions versus what's actually happening. It's more, again, to the manager's point of just recognizing and trying to be as transparent as possible as to what's going on. In the monthly finance reports, there's variances in the sewer fund in terms of the expenditures in those categories. So instead of explaining each month that there's a problem with mismatching of assumptions versus what's actually happening, this would legislate and correct those mismatching. So moving forward, those variances would be a little bit closer to what's actually happening. With regard to what...
But in some way, that's a retroactive fix.
Yeah, but also, too, though, Kevin, I think this goes back to, and this is something when I first started here with the board and also in conversations with Bill, because of what occurred with the sewer fund before, I think we want to make sure the board is aware of every dollar that is moved within that
yeah,
fund.
I get that, Bob. It makes me uncomfortable that just the opposite is happening with all the moving parts. I get what you're trying to do, but...
I mean, I have similar concerns that I'll talk, but
we have this responsibility to adjust the budget in the middle of the year. For instance, if the revenues come in less, we have to make sure we reduce those revenues.
You don't adjust your budget, you reduce your spending.
Kevin, can you let me finish? We recognize the reduction in revenues, and therefore reduce the spending, because if we spend more than we projected, if we spend more than it's in the budget, someone's going to be in jail. So we're not going to do that. So we do this every year. So I don't know what's different about this year, Kevin, than any other year.
I mean, here are some things that are problematic for me. So I think I understand how Bill has described this, that contrary to other organization budgets, our budget is not just guidance, it's a legal requirement, correct, Bill? So part of why you're doing this is so that you have the legal authority to spend the money.
Right, which is what an appropriation
Yes.
is.
Yes. So the part that's problematic to me is that many of these things are not emergency spending items. And so what's happening is we've had guidance that I think we passed unanimously, or I guess it's not guidance, but we said that any excess revenue we collect would go to meet obligations, and we specified what those obligations are. And now, in the middle of the year, we're bypassing that guidance. We're taking a handful of items. Some of these items are emergency, but some are not emergency. And we're bypassing the spirit and the letter of our previous agreement. So we're essentially prioritizing this. We're saying this is more important than those other things. And I'm not sure that it is. So for me, I'd be more comfortable if these kinds of transactions were limited to the emergency transactions, and these other things, many of which are on this sheet, would wait until the next budget, and then they would go into the budget. So I don't know if anyone else shares my concern, and we could either for next time adjust the way we do this, or perhaps this time, but that's my concern. I think it's similar to Kevin's concern.
Well, I wouldn't personally have a problem if, for example, in the police department, we spent $19,000 more than we budgeted, provided in the aggregate we came under. To me, changing the budget, again, it's the world I live in. You don't change the budget. You update your forecast, you change, you react. But to change the budget, to me, just obfuscates what's happened. So again,
is part of that to address that issue is, things are as tight as they are, but also two things occur. The items with the police vehicles, that was my decision to bring those forward. It wasn't from the superintendent or from the public works director. Because when I have a ride along and I have a vehicle that I can't believe we're still on the road, and then I'm told that, oh, there's another vehicle that's worse than this, is not only for the safety of the officers, but also the safety of the public. We need to move those along.
I don't disagree.
It's
me,
part
Bob,
of that.
where the problem is, I'd rather see an overspend on the line item in the budget that says the commissioner's authorized to spend, wherever the police vehicles are, $79,837 supplemental money to fund 2 additional police vehicles, versus something that says 0 variance because we changed the budget.
And I understand where you're at, Kevin. The only thing is I think, and this could be, a fault of my own, which I'll be willing to accept, is I don't like to where you get in situations where you're running line items to the negative, where all of a sudden the board's going to sit here in October and see line items into the negative, is when we need to move money so the board knows what we're doing. But also I think as part of this here, we have a lot of line items that are running under budget. So I think the board can easily assume that because we're adding more money to the appropriations are going, the expenses are growing. But actually, I don't think we've done the analysis or the detail enough to show that we are under on a number of items too as well. So I think what we don't want to do is keep running numbers to the negative, to where then what if something occurs at the end of the year, is we want to be able to make these transitions and changes as we go to, one, reflect what's taking place, two, is the board is aware of this, so that you're not sitting there at the end of the year, here's a budget amendment to move $500,000, and the board says, what in the world did you do with all this? And we list it. Now all of a sudden that may be 5 or 6 months later than when actually the purchase required, or you're here authorizing the approval for purchases that technically we don't have money to pay for, and Bill has a problem with actually authorizing the payment for it because it's not been appropriated. So
I'm not concerned about the appropriations that you're asking for here. I'm concerned about the change in the budget. I mean, I really have no issue with you asking for these things if you think they're needed. But again, to me, I don't want to be, look, we've been sitting here long enough listening to chickens and things, but I've raised this issue before. It's just the world I live in, you don't change the budget. Right. You highlight the variance so people understand where you came from. To change the budget,
all right,
is,
Well,
to me, is an issue.
I guess in
As
the...
long as you change it at a
Can I-
public meeting, it's
in the
okay
world,
with me.
what we're trying to do here is maybe if we change the term from budget to appropriation, because we're asking to change the appropriation,
Yeah.
which
Well,
is the legal authority to
The
spend
majority
money.
of board agrees with you in giving you this
Well,
authority.
I want to make sure that, and I appreciate that, Commissioner Spinger. I just want to make sure that that we have an understanding, because there's one thing I do want to touch on, and that's an alternative argument to allowing the lines to run negative because the aggregate's still okay. Because I think what happens in those circumstances, it opens up the door for things to be bought that maybe the board or the public don't see or are unaware that are being bought. What we're trying to do here is ensure that that doesn't happen, and that when those overages or variances occur that are outside of what's appropriated, that we're bringing it to the
All right, why don't you
board,
listen
and the
to
board
Bill,
is
and
aware
I'll
and the
have to
public
be-
is aware.
I have to say, I think that Don made an excellent point that, having these new appropriations come up along the way, it does sort of negate our decision that we made after we passed the 2012 budget. These are the expenses that we want to pay, and anything over we want to go to OPEB or capital, whatever. However, things come up, and I think we have to have a comfort level that these appropriations that come up we'll have the opportunity when we approve them to make that decision. Well, does this expense, is it important enough to negate the decision that I wanted to earmark all excess to OPEB or not? And we'll have that opportunity with every single one of these appropriations. So I wanted to add that into the mix. But I also have one specific question.
Okay.
And that is, in July, we voted on a resolution to take the excess from 2011, and I see 900,000 of that here reflected going from general to capital. I don't see the other money so we had also earmarked to take X amount out of general and put it into the pension fund for police, and then X amount to the pension fund, et cetera, et cetera. And for some reason, that's not reflected here. So what's that about?
I would answer the second question first, and I'd like to go back on the point you made a moment ago as well. The second piece of that is we're still finalizing the creation of the post-employment benefit fund. So once that's created, you'll see a separate piece of legislation that'll come and tie up the rest of those dollars, or reconcile with the rest of those dollars. So it'll be the transfers to pension and the post-employment benefit fund, and the sum of those numbers plus the capital number here will equal exactly what was approved back in July. So that is coming. We're working with the solicitor on finalizing the language there, as well as some changes to the investment policy to make sure that, as we've previously discussed, that we're able to invest those dollars as needed. To touch on Commissioner Curley's point is, what I'm trying to avoid by putting this type of information together is that there is transparency to the decisions made to go buy these things, because on the aggregate, we are still far under budget from what the board approved back in December. So we could go out and make those purchases and be under budget still on the aggregate. Instead, what we're doing is we're bringing it to the board and in a public discussion and so there's transparency, and the board knows and the public knows that those decisions are being made outside of what was originally planned 9 months ago. So that's the alternative argument to just running it through and just looking at the bottom line saying, oh, we're still okay.
If it's over $3,000, you need us to authorize it.
We need you to authorize the expenditure, but in this case, the appropriation's important because we can't certify funds being available without the appropriation.
I think we're more in a terminology issue than anything else.
I think we are, but
And Bill, your terminology is spot on, and maybe we're having issues up here. Thank you for the detail. Thank you for following the charter. Thank you for putting the detail in here that we've never had before. Thank you. I just want to make that clear. Thank you. Because this is the kind of stuff, I sat in a PSATS training class, 8 hours on budget. I volunteered to take that class to understand that this is exactly the policy, this is exactly the procedure that should have been happening for the last 20 years, and it never happened when I first came on the board, and it started happening when you got here. So thank you for doing this. Thank you for giving us the detail. Thank you for connecting all the dots, because if it wasn't, it would just be a number. It wouldn't mean anything. Thank you.
Thank you for your motion. I
Well, I have a comment. Bill, I second John's, you can't have too much detail, I mean, given where we've come from. But I think there would be value in adding a column, which is the revised total.
Absolutely.
Right.
I can do that moving forward.
Part of what Kevin said, I always want to see the original budget that we budgeted at the end of last year. I always want to see that. But I want to see, you could call it appropriation, whatever you want, and then show the revised total so we can follow how we're moving up or down on each item.
Very good. I will absolutely do that in the future.
Any public comment? All those in favor?
I'd like to, well, I'd like to suggest a change in the fourth whereas clause, where it
Are you
says,
voting yes or no?
well, it depends on whether or not my change gets made. I'm going to vote no if it doesn't
We're
get made.
voting right now.
Then I'll vote no.
Okay.
And it has nothing to do, Bill, I just don't like the terminology, the 2012 operating budget. If you said appropriations, I'd feel differently.
All right, passes 6-1.
I'll move to adopt Resolution 2012-113, the 2013 minimal municipal obligation. Bill White, would you like to describe this? Thank you.
Well, do we have a second on his motion?
Yes, can I have a second?
Lane seconds? All right, go ahead, Bill.
As we discussed at the last board meeting, this is the formal legislation that will adopt our plan to fund the police and civilian pension plan going into 2013. As we discussed at the last meeting, this is the estimate as it exists today. It's due to the state by the end of the month, so we are required to pass it as the numbers exist today, knowing that we still have a budget process to go through. The assumptions included in these numbers are generically, they're at today's head counts. So if that changes at all throughout the budget process, we'll need to change these numbers. That's really the big one. It also, this, as the resolution points out, we're also recommending that we do not, we voluntarily do not take advantage of the 25% amortization reduction that we would otherwise be allowed to take based on Act 44. And real briefly, what that is the state, being that we're at distress level 2 within our pensions, they give us these, what they call voluntary relief options. The relief is simply taking our obligation, reducing it this year, reducing our funding this year. So it reduces the amount of our obligation, our municipal obligation this year, but it does nothing with the liability. So we still owe it. We're just basically punting it down the road. So our recommendation is to not take the 25% amortization reduction, fund the full amount that has been actuarially calculated, and move forward from there.
And just to add clarity to the motion, the MMO police pension plan contribution will be $1,730,637, and the civilian pension plan contribution will be $1,779,371 for a total of $3,510,044. Did I get those numbers right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Public comment? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passed 6-0 with 1 abstention. John Nagel's not here.
I'll move to approve the business privilege tax settlement 2012-BPT-04. And I believe this is in the amount of $18,000, $5,000 of which will be paid within 30 days, and $1,000 per month in installments until the total is paid.
Second.
Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor? Aye. Passes 6-0.
And I'll move to approve Resolution 2012-114. This is the DVRPC grant assignment acceptance for the Trail Study Grant. And I see John Fisher here.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a question for John Rice. John, is there any risk to us doing this? Because a chunk of this money doesn't even apply to anything in Radnor Township. So are we taking on any kind of liability by signing up for this?
Well, I think what John Fisher is going to explain to you, that this is assigning, I guess, what came to DVRPC to Radnor Township, and it's subject to an agreement that I think John is going to start to put together, and I'm going to have to approve. But I don't see any issue with it other than what you normally assume when you get involved with the state government and grant guidelines and things like that. So it's good to go.
All you're funding, Kevin, is a feasibility study. I mean, that's all there is to it.
Yeah, but John, we're taking money, a chunk of which doesn't apply to a section of the trail in Radnor Township. I just want to understand if there's any
That is
incremental
correct.
legal risk to us by taking on that money. And is there?
I don't think so.
Okay, and it sounds like John doesn't think so either.
No, I don't
Okay.
think there is, Kevin.
Okay.
Let me just explain briefly, because I realize the hour is late, what this is all about. In June, you authorized the township to apply for a $45,000 grant from DCNR. That grant covered half the cost of a feasibility study of a potential multi-use trail between Radnor and Carricong Park in Philadelphia. That grant request is still wending its way through the DCNR bureaucratic process. We expect to hear the results sometime this fall. In the meantime, in July, DVRPC granted a similar $45,000 award to the Delaware County Planning Department to cover the other half of a total $90,000 project. When Delaware County received that grant, they requested permission to assign it to Radnor Township. The reason for this is very simple. Since each of these grants covers one half of the cost of a single feasibility study, it makes sense to have one governmental entity managing this process. And DVRPC has consented to the assignment. In fact, they think it makes sense to do it this way. The resolution that you're being asked to authorize tonight merely authorizes the township to accept the assignment of the DVRPC grant. And if and when the DCNR grant is awarded, we would then have $90,000 for the township to manage a single feasibility study. And I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
John, what happens if it's not awarded?
Then we don't accept the DVRPC grant. They're contingent on each other.
So,
They provide
John,
the match for each other.
can you clarify whether this will specifically, the feasibility study, include the extension of our Radnor Trail?
The feasibility study will cover the Radnor end, and Kevin's right, doesn't cover what's in the middle. Because as I explained to you 2 months ago, SEPT at this point is saying that we can't use the Route 100 corridor. So DVRPC said, all right, you have to scale it back and look at the Radnor end and look at the Philadelphia end. And the Philadelphia end is pretty much set now. I mean, the city has agreed as to where the trail will go. We need to look at a lot of things in Radnor. There are lots of possibilities along Lancaster Avenue. I think, John, you suggested at one point along Lancaster Avenue. Extending the trail to Martha Brown's Woods, yes, and maybe down to Conestoga Road as well.
And having a feasibility study like this is a requisite next step into actually getting something done to get.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
We're still a long ways away from actually getting anything constructed.
Mhm.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Public comment? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 7-0.
No further report.
Thank you. All right. Sorry, I gotta find some. Okay, Parks and Recreation?
We have a resolution in front of us for the authorizing a fee schedule amendment, and before I will move the introduction or move this, I'd like Tammy to explain, if she could clarify some of the issues. I got several emails and comments from people after the last Parks and Rec Board about there was a lack of clarity on exactly what these fee changes mean.
Sure. First of all, I just want to sort of retrace the steps a little bit with what was originally approved in the 2012 fee schedule. There were 4 fees basically that were approved as part of our consolidated fee schedule for 2012, and there was an adult softball soccer fee, which was a per team fee that was out there at $275 per team. There was a $60 per night fee that was included in that. And there was a field permitting fee that was specific to the Radnor sports community groups. That was a $10 per player per season fee that was out there, and a $15 per player per season fee, which was for nonprofit groups, so the non-community sports groups. And it also applied, that $15 fee was meant to apply towards some of the private and parochial institutions that we work with. This board, back in February of 2012, actually rescinded all 4 of those fees, as there were discussions that ensued relevant to the Radnor School District grounds maintenance agreement that at the time was in the process of coming to a close. So essentially those fees were all rescinded at that time. And this board was out in front of making that decision so that time could ensue as the school district and the township went through the process of assigning fees with the understanding that there would be dual fees that would apply towards all of the groups within the community, and so that time could go by to take a look at what that impact would be to those groups. So over that time, those fees remained rescinded. And I came to this board in June with an update to notify you that we're still aware that there's no fees in place and that those are continuing to be evaluated on our end. And at the time, the school district was in the process of implementing their fee schedule, which was about to go into effect for July of 2012. July 1st, those went into effect. And my intent at this board's direction was to come back and evaluate a fee for the non-community sports groups, meaning groups that weren't Radnor Youth Little League, Radnor Soccer, Radnor Lacrosse, and implement a fee schedule really that would go into effect for fall of 2012 in order to defray some of the costs that we know that come along with the permitting for those fields and for those groups. So I approached the Parks and Recreation Board at their September meeting with an outline of what those fees would look like. So I took 2 of those 4 fees that were originally approved. One was revisiting the adult softball soccer fee, but coming back and restating it by calling it basically just a general field permitting fee for a one-time usage at $60 per usage. So instead of the $60 per night fee that you approved with the consolidated fee schedule, it would be just a per usage fee, like a one-time basic usage fee that would be out there, that our department would be at its discretion as to how we assign that and how we go about approaching that with the user groups. The other fee was that I approached the Parks and Recreation Board and made a recommendation of what we should bring back was a $15 per head fee for the non-community sports organization groups. So this fee would not apply to those groups. It would apply to any of the private restricted groups, specifically some of the private educational groups that we work with, the private institutions that we work with that do utilize some of the fields within the township, and bring that fee back at $15. So 2 of those 4 fees in my recommendation would return. So I'm requesting that these fees be implemented to defray those costs for the administrative time for permitting that goes along with that for our department. We do work closely in cooperation with the Public Works Department, of course, as we go through that. This isn't a maintenance fee. If you'll remember back to 2010, we did have a youth field maintenance fee that applied to all user groups, which was in effect for that full year. That was the only youth fee that we've ever had in our history. Some of the adult fees have existed as far back as 1992, so field fees in general are something that's something that is definitely familiar, to our department for a long period of time. So I want to take a look at this because as we work with a lot of the private institutions in the township, I do feel that we want to give consideration to some of those who have an exchange with us. Some of the institutions that we work with that we permit field space to, they give us gym space. They give us improvements in other areas, and they work with us in some different ways that I think that should apply perhaps for a waiver of these fees as we go forward in looking at that. So some of the groups may apply to that, and I want to make sure that I point that out. I do feel strongly about that as we move forward. So I just want to make sure that it's clear that this isn't a fee that would apply to Radnor Wayne Little League, Radnor Youth Lacrosse, Radnor School District, because we do permit a lot of their usage as well for some of our township fields. That this would just apply to restricted groups, to private groups, private educational institutions that we work with here in the township. So basically, the intent is that, you know, we would continue to work through the process of assigning field fees. This may not, you know, ultimately be the fee structure that we end up with a year from now or 2 years from now, but I think we have to get the ball rolling with this and get a fee out there, get something that works. We began to...
Tammy, that's good. The problem I had when I tried to talk to these folks was the punctuation. I mean, it really, you have a field permitting fee for profit, comma, restricted groups, comma, private institutions, comma, organizations and/or programs. Are each of those a separate thing? Or, you know, it seems... John, can you help with this? I mean, it's not, it really isn't, and it certainly isn't clear from this, the way it's written, that it doesn't apply to the lacrosse club or the soccer club, for example, because they are nonprofit, but they're not restricted, right? It's only to Radnor residents. So I don't have any problem with the $15 fee. I have a problem with the way we state it here.
Well, we can certainly make sure that within that we point this out, that it doesn't apply to those groups and specifically outline
yeah, if you do it
those in which it
parenthetically.
doesn't.
I want to just say it out loud one more time. The fee will not apply to Radnor Soccer, Radnor Little League, Radnor Lacrosse. So I think that's
Or
clear
Ultimate
from...
And Radnor School District as well.
Or Ultimate
as part of
Frisbee.
Don't forget Ultimate
Or
Frisbee.
Radnor School District activities. So, I mean, with that clarification out loud and clear for everyone to understand, I would support this.
Well, I make the motion that we approve it then, with that understanding.
John Rice, Tammy's asked
Second.
for discretion.
Pardon me?
Tammy's asked for the discretion to apply it. Are you comfortable with that leeway being in the hands of the Parks and Recreation Department?
I
From
think
a
we
legal
need,
perspective?
if we're going to have exemptions, we should spell them out in here. I mean, I think that's important.
If I may, here's part of the problem I see as part of this discretion. I understand where that's at, you know, but the issue is we work through this here. We have the agendas out early enough. The solicitor looks at this, and we still don't pick this up now. I think the discretion that Tammy was looking at is the ability to where if you have an exchange program with, say, Agnes Irwin, to where instead of charging the fee, we were able to get gym space as part of that. I think that's where the discretion is coming at, is to be able to use that discretion. It's not where they will have the discretion to say what group will or won't. It's the option to be able to say if we can get gym space that helps defray our costs, what we pay to the school district.
I don't disagree
In
with you,
exchange from that, I think that's where the discretion is at. And if we need to, you know, clarify that, and I think it goes back to Commissioner Schaefer's point, Commissioner Nagel's point, that if we want to amend this to clarify that those groups are not part of this, and then add that clarifies that discretion, I think that's fine. But that's where that discretion, it's not where.
That's why, again, I just, yeah,
Correct.
I just was a little concerned when you, as you say, you don't codify it.
Sure.
I have one question. So, Tammy, residents from Radnor, for example, if a student goes to a Radnor Township school, then they wouldn't pay this fee. But a Radnor resident who goes to one of these other schools would have to pay this fee. So, did either you or someone from whoever was part of the process of developing this make a determination that we should assign this fee to the Radnor residents who are attending these private schools?
That's correct. That was my decision to do
And then
that.
does the board, I mean, my sense is that the Radnor resident who attends the private school should get the same, should be charged the same as the Radnor resident who attends the public school. No more, no less. So I don't know if the board feels differently.
Well, I see it slightly differently in that the reason that Radnor Soccer, Radnor Lax, and Radnor Little
Sorry
League...
for interrupting, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about...
No, but those residents that are in those programs are exempt from the fee because those are services that are in our mission. And providing programming for a school, the private school, is not,
Yes.
whether they're Radnor residents or
But,
not.
but we're doing that for the public school. So that,
All Radnor residents. Every single one of them.
okay, so all I'm saying is that if providing the service to the student is part of the mission, then it shouldn't matter what school the student goes to. It should matter where they're from. If they're from Radnor, then they should get the same benefit of the Radnor field as the student in the school district school.
Well, but Don, and I think what also would add to is if we have businesses that use it, then we'd have to figure out for each business, private business that want to use the facility, to go through and calculate who's a resident and who is and who isn't, which becomes more complicated. They're part of that organization.
But those businesses aren't getting any break on any program because they're a Radnor resident. But all the Radnor residents are getting, this is called the St. Catherine's rule. You know, I mean, if you go to St. Catherine's, you live in Radnor, you shouldn't have to pay the fee if your neighbor doesn't have to pay it. You know, that's what we're saying.
So what we're doing is mixing then a religious institution with a government institution. I think there's issues with that.
No, we're
Changing
standing
between the
up.
two.
We're standing up for what we believe in, and we believe that
You
St. Catherine's,
can do
if they
that,
live
correct.
in Radnor and they have a program and they use our fields, they should pay the same price as their neighbor who goes to Radnor schools that's in an independent program that's not connected with Radnor schools doesn't have to pay.
So, so what we're saying is any private, Agnes Irwin is within the township, so we should give them a pass. Villanova University is within the township, we should give them a pass because there are Radnor residents that
Radnor
are there.
residents that pay property tax.
I think there is, and I think that's where, again, too.
It's not making,
Well,
we're not
realistically.
talking about free passes.
Well, are we talking about
assigning
St.
a
Catherine's?
fee.
Because if we're talking St. Catherine's, I think there may be a conflict as part of this.
But we don't mind that conflict.
You don't?
John,
I think that's a problem. I really think that's a
What's the
big problem.
conflict?
Did you
Who
make a
has the
motion?
conflict?
Can you amend the motion?
Elaborate on it.
Wait, we're not done with this discussion. Don't
I
amend
know.
it yet.
Well, he can make a new motion anytime he wants.
No, we're still discussing this.
I understand that.
All
For a
right.
point of clarity, because if this is going to die, at least let's get the language in that we mean, which is this does not apply to, the soccer, Little League, I think he said lacrosse and ultimate
I
frisbee.
think we're all going to be in agreement on that, and I'd be surprised if we're going to kill this over the other item. I think if the board agrees with Bill and I, then we'll proceed in that direction. If not, we won't. Correct, Bill? And we're not gonna-
Quite frankly,
No, I'm not done yet.
I have no problem with St. Catherine's or Notre Dame. I mean, St. Catherine's is not 100% Radnor residents.
No.
Notre Dame has Radnor residents, but it's certainly not 100%. So this could be an incredible bookkeeping issue and not practical. We've heard before, it's been thrown in our faces before that we're letting private schools use our fields and then the public schools wasn't having access to them. That's been thrown in our face.
That's not true.
I think there's a distinct difference. I think a private school is a private school is a private school.
I just don't think it's a problem from an administrative standpoint. You have a team, you have 50 kids on the team or 20 kids, and you have addresses, and all the kids that live in Tredyffrin or some other township pay the fee. All the kids who live in Radnor don't pay the fee. I don't see why it would be
I
problematic.
think it's an immense problem.
It's a policing problem. It's not an administrative problem
Right.
because they come in with a check that says,
Yeah.
this is what it is.
All right, while we're savoring that, having finished my 52nd year pitching softball in Radnor Township, I just want to understand what the fee is for the softball leagues. I know I have a conflict on that, but I still want to know.
That fee's not being proposed at this time.
What's that?
That fee's not being proposed at this
This
time.
$60 softball one night, that's.
The one-night fee would apply to some of those groups, but as far as
Okay.
the per-team fee, that's still under
All right.
evaluation.
Well, I'm sorry I asked that question because I do have a conflict, but, okay.
Bob, what was the conflict that you said earlier? You thought there was a conflict. What was it?
We're voting on religious grounds, so, but that's all right. Yeah, but that's all right. We're just saying that Radnor Township residents should be treated the same if they're in a program.
It has nothing to do with the institution. It has to do with the kid.
Yeah.
His
Right.
parents pay taxes. Why should the kid who's on the St.
Okay,
Catherine's
all right.
team be
Well, we have
treated
3 votes. Do
differently?
we
I think at
We're
the end
vote-
of the
we
day,
have
we
to
have a
debate this all night.
$15 fee that we feel can cover and defray some of these costs, and then we can make a decision, whether or not the public groups, meaning the school groups, Radnor Lacrosse, would come at a discount to that.
Remember, I pushed for fees for all groups, and the board shot that down. So, we have to support these activities. We have to support the administrative costs of these activities.
Let's not have that debate right now.
Okay,
I'm
all
not going
right.
to have that debate, but the point is,
Okay.
we can't keep saying we're not going to
Okay,
charge fees.
well, we only have 3 people. Anyone else agree with this? We don't have 4 votes?
For what, agree with
What's
what?
Jim, are you,
St. Cat's.
your position to have the fee be the same based upon where you live, not where you go to school?
Yes.
Meaning that
You have a problem with St. Catherine's paying?
The fee is the
Oh,
fee
no,
as
see-
it's written in here, and then who we apply it to will be a decision.
The way he asked the question wasn't, do you have a problem with private schools, even if the student lives in Radnor? Do you have a problem with them having to pay this fee? It's a private school.
When
Okay.
someone goes to Radnor, doesn't have to pay the fee. The next door neighbor doesn't have to pay it.
Right. Hey, my kid went to private schools. I paid a lot of school taxes, but I didn't get anything for them. It was a choice I made.
I think Jim's voting for it.
Yeah, Jim's agreeing with myself, Elaine, and John.
All right.
All right, so let's have some public comment.
All right, look, I'll make a motion that anyone that goes to a private school and that lives in Radnor doesn't have to pay the fee.
I'll second it.
All right. All those, public comment, all those in favor?
Just as a motion.
Yes on this. Aye? Opposed?
Opposed?
All right, it loses 4-3. Okay, all right, now the regular motion is,
Approve the fee schedule as modified to clarify the,
Resolution
and who seconded it?
I'll second it.
Seconded? Commissioner comment, public comment, all those in favor? Aye.
that's all
Thank
for
you.
Parks and Rec.
All right. Public Works and Engineering, Jim?
Items here. The first item is a resolution authorizing Gilmore and Associates, the township engineer, for design of the Radnor Street Road and Eagle Road intersection traffic signals. And we have photographs in our packet that show quite clearly that these traffic signal poles are in bad shape. The memorandum that Steve Orsini furnished us points out that they were installed too close to the right-of-way and need to be moved back. So the resolution would be to authorize the expenditure of no more than $18,200 by Gilmore and Associates to do the study. And that is, I move the passage of that resolution.
Second.
Steve, yeah, I have a question for Steve.
Yes, sir.
The boxes in the street that you run over, what is the mechanism that picks up? Is it in the street or is it on the pole?
There's a wire in the street and there's an electrical field. When your car goes through that, that's how the signal senses that you were there. It's not based on pressure. It's based on the field.
Okay, explain it to me in the context of a motorcycle. Because that intersection does not pick up motorcycles.
I've heard of that happening because the mass is not there on a motorcycle. That could be a possibility.
Is that something you can address through this, through no incremental cost, or?
We can try.
I don't want you to spend extra money, but I know that's one of the
Right.
intersections that doesn't.
I don't know that these loop detectors
I think you need a Harley.
I don't know that these loop detectors work properly, so we will check that as part
Don't
of this.
spend any incremental money.
Understood.
But if you can fix it, that's one that's.
Will do.
You know, I was under the impression when you hit one of these boxes, you are charged for it. I mean, it doesn't, or the insurance company of the driver is charged for it.
I think these are all hit and runs. This is an old intersection. You can tell by the fact that the poles are the painted green ones, 40, 50 years old. So when they were installed decades ago, I don't know that the traffic counts would be as high as they are today, nor the trucks so big. And I think what we see here are trucks that take these turns very tightly, and it really doesn't do much damage to their truck or minimal. So they're not stopping. There's no accident to speak of, or they do hit it and just run.
Public comment? All
Just
those-
that we should expect construction to be about $180,000.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0.
And I was going to mention one other thing, Mr. Chairman. That is, I find it really an anomaly that the municipality of the Township of Radnor has to pay for repair or replacement of traffic signal poles on the intersection of two state highways. And I checked with our township manager and our director of public works, and I found, to my dismay, that that policy or rule or statute applies throughout the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Every municipality has to pick up costs such as this. Feel free to comment on that point.
Well, no, I would just say that if you're waiting for PennDOT to fix your signals, we'd be having accidents left and right. The way to get it done is the municipality do it. Maybe they could give us some funding to do it, but you wouldn't want PennDOT taking care of your traffic signals because it would be a horrendous problem.
Well,
throughout
we
the
would take
Commonwealth.
care of them, but they should reimburse us.
But then you should talk to your state legislator.
In any event, the next item is resolution number 2012-112, which is the application for a grant to the Keystone Recreation Park and Conservation Program for the Radnor Memorial Library. And this would allow us to obtain as much as $179,425, which we would match with our own money of equal amount for a total of $358,850. And the purpose of the grant is to replace the aging heating, ventilating, and air conditioning system. So I move the introduction of this resolution.
Second.
Commissioner comment? Public comment?
Well, let me just clarify that we are committing to pay the match on this grant. That's about 179. 100 of that we have set aside, 103 of that we have set aside from the prior capital money that we retrieved from the library. But about $75,000 of that will have to come from our general fund revenue. So I just want to make sure everyone understands that we are committing to do this HVAC project, getting half of the money from the state, $100,000 from this set-aside money, but $75,000 of it will be from our general fund.
Public comment? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
Before you move on, I didn't want to bring this up, Bill, before the vote. Could we look into, there has been money spent out of that capital fund. It seems to me some of those items may not really be capital. They may be maintenance. So at your leisure, which I know you have so much of, could you look into some of those for us?
Absolutely. Do you have, well, yes, absolutely.
Right.
The next item is resolution number 2012-104. This is to authorize the expenditure of $26,000 for the purchase and installation of 2 dump bodies for our dump trucks. According to the memorandum that came with this will extend the life of the trucks by 3 years in one case and 5 years in another case. There is money in our capital account for this expenditure, so I move the resolution.
I'll second resolution
Wait a
2012-104.
Who's second? Raise your hand a second. Oh, sorry. One hand. John seconded.
I beat him.
Okay. Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor? Aye. Passes 7-0.
And the next item is resolution 2012-105. This is to authorize the expenditure of $10,800 for the purchase and installation of 4 Bridgestone radial VMT front-end loader tires. And this is this would be under our state contract, and it would be purchased from Ardmore Tire Company. And these would be tires on the front-end loader. So I move the resolution.
I'll second that.
Second. Commissioner comment? Public comment? All in favor? Aye.
Aye. I don't think I'm going fast enough, right?
What's that?
The next item is a resolution 2012-94, authorizing the township to retain the services of a certified arborist to work in conjunction with our shade tree, it's not, what's our name? Shade Tree Board.
Shade Tree
Commission,
yeah.
sorry. And the memorandum is quite helpful here. It explains that when we have an application to remove a heritage tree, frequently the arborist that is retained by the applicant doesn't always get it right. And so it's our judgment, staff's judgment, that an independent arborist could serve as a check on the opinion offered by the privately retained arborist. So this would allow us to retain the services of Rockwell Associates LLC for the price of $75 per hour to serve our Shade Tree Commission when and if they need the services. So I move this resolution.
Second.
Second.
And I wanted to see if we could add one addition to the scope of work here. I don't know who drew this up, whether it was John Rice or Steve Norsini. But in addition to the items listed in this scope of work, I'd like to make sure that this arborist is also proactively advising and consenting, or advising and recommending in our planting activities. You know, our township planting programs, or the programs we run in conjunction with the Big Tree Project. And that's an important part of what he should be doing. And I didn't really see that covered in this scope of work.
I think Commissioner Schaefer, it might be under, it's gray, but we have inspection of approved landscape projects on behalf of the township. I think you're talking more about on the design end.
Right, like not just inspecting us, advising and recommending when we do planting. We do planting every year.
Correct. And Councilor, perhaps we could insert consultation or evaluation of township planting projects.
Okay. And then
That's fine.
looking at this scope of work, does this cover his or her, I guess it's a his, participation in our shade tree ordinance review? And having him look it over and make comment? I mean, do you think that that covers that?
I think it does. I think he's already done that.
Okay, done.
Yeah, I mean, he was involved with this early on.
Oh, is this the same gentleman that advised the Shade Tree Commission went to an arborist and got advice? Was this the same gentleman?
He was at the meeting I was at, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, great.
Steve, I have two questions.
Yes, sir.
If I'm understanding this accurately, he may be really a truly independent arborist. It doesn't look like he actually engages in the business of the removal of trees.
That's what the impetus for this was. The Shade Tree Commission, when we get these requests from residents via their arborist for the removal of a tree, and there was no mechanism to go out and inspect that. So as opposed to having somebody who has a vested interest in removing the tree, a local arborist, they wanted an independent person who was not in that business but does evaluate trees in all the same ways.
And my second question is, because of the few
Can't hear you,
arborists
Kevin.
I'm familiar with in the township, they're in the business of removing trees. We don't have somebody within the township that we're aware of who's in this similar business.
A staff person?
No, not a staff, I'm saying even a resident. They're all, the ones I know all remove trees as part of the business.
And myself included. And Mr. Hosbach has performed other services for us in the past few years and has performed well.
All right, so I have one thing. I'm a little concerned about whether his services would go into, that would eventually be billed to residents. So is that your understanding that, so a citizen calls and, or a citizen wants to remove trees, are they going to have to pay the services of this person to do the evaluation?
No, Commissioner Curley. The idea would be that the township would absorb that cost of him. We would try to minimize it, so if there was, let's say there was 3 requests to remove a heritage tree, we would bring him in and let him look at all 3, but there was no intent to charge the resident for
Whereas
that.
there is an intent to go back and charge a developer should a developer.
That's correct. It would be a reimbursement if it was required of a subdivision land development plan.
Yeah. So, I mean, my sense is that, and I don't think we should hold this up for this, but I think as part of this, I think we should have some kind of guidance about the extent of that, because if we're going to add, you know, a $1,500 fee, that's significant. If we're going to add 75, that's not. So I think we need some guidance from staff on how you intend to use that service and then ultimately charge the developer.
The intent on subdivision land development, this person would not be like a Gilmore and Associates who would automatically receive a set of plans. We would bring him in on a specific subdivision or land development project where there was concern from this board or planning commission over perhaps the condition of existing trees and how they could weather the construction. But it would not be a rote move to send the plans to John Hosbach for review.
Okay, so it would be the exception, not the norm, that on an as-needed basis, this person would be called into subdivision plans.
That is correct.
Doesn't the Shade Tree Commission review them?
They do. If there was some concern that they wanted a field evaluation of the trees as opposed to just what is shown on the plans, this arborist could do that.
For the Shade Tree Commission?
For the Shade Tree Commission or in that subdivision land development.
So the Planning Commission wouldn't be asking for that. It would be the Shade Commission. I mean, they have no expertise in that.
No, I just meant any board that had a concern, but it would be under the Shade Tree Commission's jurisdiction.
All right.
All right, so your motion. Steve, is this the gentleman that we walked the trail with that day?
That's correct.
Okay.
So your motion is amended to add those couple words, John?
Elaine's issue was to allow the arborist to advise the township staff to help us with our tree planting program.
When requested, yeah.
But I think that the resolution doesn't need to change to accommodate that. I think the agreement we're authorizing the agreement, the scope of work could be changed to allow for that. So I think the resolution can stand as it is.
What do you think, John?
Well, Elaine, just so I understand, you were talking about consultation and design and assistance with Township Tree Planting Program. So I would include that under the scope of work, just as another bullet point, so it's clear, because this is the authorization document. I mean, it's simple enough to add that.
All right, Jim, your motion now adds that, right?
No, it's not necessary to.
No, he's telling us to do it. We're doing it. We're doing it. He said doing it.
Well, the motion already covers arboricultural consulting and support services as noted in the professional services agreement. That's pretty broad.
We're clarifying the.
It doesn't hurt to put it in, Jim. It doesn't do anything. Okay.
I'll add.
This agreement isn't coming back to us, right, John?
No.
That's the issue, because if you go back and trace this back.
All you're approving is this resolution. We're not incorporating the
I will-
separate document in this
All
resolution.
right, I will amend the resolution to add the words at the very end, after the words professional services agreement, comma, including consulting to the township staff, advisory services to the township staff regarding the township's tree planting program.
Programs. Tree programs.
Plural?
Yeah, not just planning. I mean, if a neighbor wants us to take their tree down, it's in the right of way, we might have them look at that to say that, no, we don't have to take it down, or,
Okay.
So there's all kinds of things. All right, we got it. Second to that
Second.
motion? You made the motion?
Second as amended.
Second is amended. Commissioner comment, public?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I got one more. Sorry about this, but John Rice, why are we agreeing to defend him in paragraph 6? My understanding in these things, each party defends themselves.
Well, because the only defense would be if the township, if there was some willful misconduct on the part of the township, and that resulted in some kind of a claim. It's a mutual indemnification clause that has been in and release in many of your agreements. you know, that you've approved in the past. It's something that I negotiated with him. I don't have a problem with it because the first part of it references the political subdivision tort claim act, which essentially you are immune from any kind of negligence. So it's in there because it's something that was in the original contract, Don, that he had presented to me, which was quite lengthy, and I condensed it into this 2 pages. So he's providing the certificate of insurance also, naming the township on his policy. So I think that's
So we're only agreeing to cover our willful misconduct, not
correct. Nothing
negligence.
else. Right.
Any other commissioner comment, public comment? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
And I guess I'm still on the stage here. The next item is the St. David's Episcopal Church, our good neighbors and
Are
friends.
they here? Or?
I think they're back there suffering through this long evening.
You're up here.
There is a request for a waiver under our subdivision ordinance, section 255-1, and it has to do with stormwater management. Welcome.
While they're walking up, Kevin Kachansky, at the back of this, it says RT staff recommendation. It actually doesn't make a recommendation. It says if we are considering the waiver. Do you believe the waiver, or do you recommend we grant the waiver?
We had looked at this project early on with another project that was considering a similar request to the board, and we were looking at the types of projects that are very minimal impact to the site and not allowing them or not requiring them to go through the full land development procedure just for the procedure's sake, and really trying to set forth some projects that would be worthy of that. And we felt that this was one of those where there's very minimal increase in disturbance to the site. And most of those are, in this case, it's going up or over top of existing impervious surface.
You support granting
Yes.
the waiver?
Okay, you guys just want to vote? What's that? Does anybody have a problem? Question? No, I know it's a caucus, but the staff is recommend. No, I know we can't vote, but is the staff is recommending we accept the waiver?
Yeah.
Did we list this?
Because the stormwater plan that they put into effect in '05 and '06 for their chapel project was for 23,958 square feet. Is that gallons or square feet?
Better be square feet.
Cubic feet. And today, with this new proposal, construction, they will still be 113 cubic feet in excess of the required amounts. So that's why the waiver is suggested.
Okay, well, I don't need a presentation. It's a caucus.
And
You know, I'm saying.
I watched it on planning.
It's
so.
stayed all this time, but if the majority of commissioners, the staff's recommend, if it's not a controversial issue, why don't we just put it on the next agenda and vote on it?
Just ask one question. If the waiver's granted and then it comes through staff as just a grading permit, there still is review and regulation of the stormwater application before it's...
Correct. As part of the normal permit process, they would be filing a grading permit application, so the engineer's office would be reviewing it for the stormwater management. I would be reviewing it for any zoning issues. We've already looked at this, and this is an application where there is no zoning issues. Like I said, they're going up and they're going over existing impervious, so there's really no increase or any zoning issues. Otherwise, we would not be making this recommendation towards you, towards this project.
And as Kevin said, then our office would review the stormwater management aspect. Their engineer would provide the backup documentation to show that they have excess capacity, and we would verify that that is in fact the case.
Okay,
Is
well,
there anything that you wanted to say tonight?
thank you for your comment. We'll see you at the next meeting. Yeah, the staff did a great job, so it made it easy on us.
Yes, they
We
should be
appreciate it.
recognized because they've been wonderful throughout this process.
Okay, thanks a lot. Not that I'm trying to move the meeting along, but...
Thank you.
Well, that'll stop now.
All right.
You vote on this, sorry, just for clarification.
It'll be on the agenda.
You'll vote on this at the next agenda?
Yes, we will.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That'll be the second Monday in October.
Thank you.
All right. The final item on Public Works is the proposal by C.F. Holloway III and Company Incorporated for construction of a commercial building and 6 townhouse dwellings at 229 and 255 West Wayne Avenue in the township. And the resolution is to include conditions, 7 conditions. The first would be to comply with the letter of Gilmore and Associates of September 14th, 2012. The second is to comply with the Radnor Township Zoning Hearing Board Appeal Number 2883, dated June 21st, 2012. Number 3 is for the Township Solicitor to approve all planned community documents for the project. Number 4 is for the applicant's company to execute a development and financial security agreement in a form and manner to be approved by the Township Solicitor. The 5th condition, I think, has to be corrected, but it does, it is a concession by the developer to provide a plan to refurbish and or repair. Do we always have to use and or? Can't we just say or? Repair the grounds and facilities of the North Wayne Cemetery. I think that should be the Wayne Baptist Cemetery, shouldn't it?
Or West Wayne, it's West Wayne.
I have a slight issue there with the wording, so I'd like to, John Rice.
Well, let me finish the conditions. And the 6th condition is for the applicant to pay for the design, purchase, and installation of preemption devices for the traffic signals located at Conestoga Road and West Wayne Avenue in compliance with Pennsylvania DOT standards. And number 7 is the applicant shall comply with all other applicable township ordinances, county, state, and federal rules, regulations, ordinances, and statutes.
Okay.
So I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. So is there any commissioner questions?
Yeah, I have a question for John Rice. It says they'll provide a plan to refurbish and/or repair. It doesn't say anybody will actually do anything.
Well, I left it deliberately vague because it was sent out last week, and there had been some discussion about what the applicant was willing to do at the cemetery. And since this went out very early last week, there was a visit to the site at the West Wayne Cemetery. And we walked around and we talked about some concepts. Commissioner Curley was there, the manager, myself, Mr. Norsini, Mr. Falcone, Mr. Holloway, and it was still unresolved what that plan would be. So I left this up in the air so that between now and final plan approval resolution, we have something more specific. I think Mr. Falcone is going to suggest something tonight, which I just heard about now 3 hours ago. So that would have to be part of a final plan approval resolution. This is just preliminary, but I wanted to make sure we had something in here that locked them in to do something.
All right, but I've heard in the past about, you're not supposed to make changes from preliminary to final, so we can make that change if needed.
This is administrative.
Right, because there's got to be something resolved on that issue prior to final plan approval. So we're leaving that up in the air, Kevin. We're not locked in on anything at this point.
Yes, sir.
So,
your name for the record?
Dave Falcone, here on behalf of Kaz Holloway. A couple of questions on these conditions, just for clarity's sake. In number 1, we talk about compliance with the letter, which is not a problem. However, one of the items in the letter, Mr. Sartor, number 7, I guess it's on page 7, deals with burying lines. So there's really only one line that's going to get buried. It's the line that comes onto our property. There's a strip of poles off of our property to the west. We're not touching those. Those are on other folks' property. There is one, however, that comes in. We're going to bury those lines.
We understand that.
Is that acceptable?
Yes,
That's
we understand
was the intent.
that.
We just wanted to make sure that intent was clear. Number 5 is the cemetery, and we visited the site, and we are willing. I've spoken to Kaz, and he's spoken to all of his consultants. We're willing to make a contribution, a monetary contribution, work with the township to set up a fund to allow that money to be used for the beautification of the cemetery. We weighed a couple of options in doing that. we would be having our folks on there doing the work, and there's a liability there that we're just not comfortable taking on. We are willing, as a neighbor, to make a significant contribution to a fund that can then be used for that beautification process. That's something that I'll work out with Mr. Rice and as part of that final process. But as a condition of our approval, I'm not sure it's an appropriate condition for a monetary contribution. So I just don't know how that plays. It's off-site, it's pure money, we're willing to work up this fund, but it would be a neighbor contribution into that fund. So I don't know how that has to play out with the board, with the township, but that's our intent, that's our representation that we're going to do, and I think that's something I need to work out with Mr. Rice.
John?
So are you
Prior to final plan approval resolution.
Absolutely. It'll be done prior to final land.
So you're not uncomfortable with this language because that's essentially saying you're going to work that final agreement out prior to final plan?
And as we talked about with John, once we come to that agreement, I would want this condition removed.
It's going to be a final plan approval resolution, so if there's a separate agreement and that's resolved, then it won't be in the final plan
And
approval resolution.
we don't want it to be a condition of our approval. We'll come to an agreement prior to final land development.
Yes.
And we will remove the condition of approval.
But as part of that, though, I'd like to see this where actually that agreement, the board approves. So again, everybody understands and the board knows what that would be, if that's acceptable.
So it would be an agreement to make payment, or it would just be a payment?
We don't own the property yet, so when we acquire title to the property, we'll make the contribution.
What would be the consideration for your promise?
We'd be a neighbor, and we would be making a contribution to a property in our neighborhood.
That's valid consideration?
Well, they don't have to do it, but they
We
can
don't
do
have
it.
to.
It's a voluntary
They don't have to.
contribution.
It's an off-site requirement, which by the NPC, we're not required as a developer to partake in. That's not a proper condition because it's off-site. So this is something we're willing to do.
Okay, I understand that.
Right.
But when you talk about contract agreement, there's got to be consideration, and I'm just wondering,
Well, we're
what's the
gonna work-
consideration that
Sure.
you're giving up for us to enforce the promise?
So we're going to work with, I'd like to work with the township to set up a fund. It's important to us that if we make this contribution, it be earmarked for the cemetery. I know we had spoken to Mr. Curley about having an organization in place that's going to see this cemetery through in the future. Once Kaz has done his development, once we're all kind of long gone, we don't want to see the cemetery fall back into disrepair. There's an important part of this that if we're going to be part of a greater project, we want to see that project move forward, and we think we can help be a part of that initiation with Mr.
Right.
Curley, with the township, to set up that type of fund.
So what I'm going to try to do now, what I'm hoping is that we get some kind of an agreement where this becomes like starter money to help us do this thing. And then I'm going to try to set something up in the community where we get a group that's focused to maintaining it. And
It sounds like a gift rather than an agreement.
Well,
And
I don't.
I agree.
I
I
know,
agree.
It's a gift.
It's a gift.
And
They made an offer. There's an offer here. We don't know what the final
Okay.
offer is. We're going to accept it in writing, and then we'll be done with it.
Don,
It's-
the Radnor Historical Society, I think, would be a good place to go.
Yes.
We already have a letter from them correcting the name of the cemetery, and as I recall, it's the Wayne Baptist Cemetery, not the West Wayne
No,
Cemetery.
no, we understand that.
And Ted,
They
Ted
just
is
put North
part
Wayne.
of this
It's in West
discussion.
Wayne.
I had
good.
this discussion with Ted Pollard, and I hate to speak for him, he's not here, but my understanding of what he told me is that he thinks the way that we're proceeding is the best way to proceed in the interest of the cemetery.
Okay, any other commissioner comment?
Well, so that kind of brings me back to the point of that it's a condition of our approval and beyond what we're trying to do here, just make a gift to our community.
Yeah.
So we aren't comfortable with a condition of our approval being that we make a gift to the township.
Well, we can take it out once we've come to an agreement.
Well, yeah, but we might not agree on the amount. Yeah.
So what you're saying is you want it out now. You want number 5 out tonight.
That's right.
And we were hoping that number
We
5
will
would
work-
stay in tonight and then come out at final.
I would
Correct.
I would
Okay.
recommend that number 5 stays in, and then as part of this is final, then it could always be removed with an agreement that would replace it.
Well, the only problem with that is that the applicant does not have to agree to this condition,
That's fine, and the board doesn't have to approve it then.
but we can't turn it down based on this condition.
You can turn it down tonight, you can hold it in abeyance tonight, not until final,
We
so.
cannot turn it down based on this condition.
Well,
because
Sure.
you can approve it with a condition that they may not be totally happy with, and then the ball's in their court. What they want to do about it. Happens all the
I
time, Bill.
think we're kind of defeating the purpose here. So we were out there, we understand what has to happen there, and we are going to be a part of that process. But we're beyond, we'd like to make a gift
Yes.
to that end.
And to that end, we shouldn't be arguing with somebody who's coming to make a gift to us. So, I mean, I'm like-minded with Bill on this, that if the applicant is unwilling to have item 5 in there, then my sense is item 5 comes out. Correct, Bill? That was-
The reason in, because we don't know the amount, is that the problem?
Because we haven't actually come to an agreement.
That's correct.
So we wait till, we can't take, I think it would be unwise on our part to take it out if we haven't come to an agreement.
Except that what we're saying is that it's not a part of land development, it's a
Well,
gift.
we're negotiating.
Do whatever I want.
Then just hold, my recommendation, hold it in abeyance then, until we come to the agreement. But
Holding it
why
in
do we have to
abeyance
keep
isn't
pushing
fair to
this
the people
around?
who own the property. You know, they have rights too. So, all right,
That's
well,
correct.
I'll make a motion that we strike item 5 from the resolution.
Okay, before we vote on that, I have other questions about this, so can we do the whole
Should you get a second?
discussion at once?
Should there be a second? I'll second it.
So this is moving on from that subject. We had a great deal of discussion at our last caucus on this about the right-of-way, and I noticed the language that Mr. Norsini had been requesting the increased right-of-way has now been removed from the review letter. So, but if there's not really any kind of resolution in the review letter, so I just wanted to touch base with staff about that.
Well, it was my understanding that during the caucus meeting that you were generally leaning toward not accepting the additional right-of-way and accepting the applicant's easement. That was,
Oh, okay.
that was the understanding that I had coming out of the caucus meeting. I hope I was correct in that.
I didn't get that, but okay. Is that?
And I know it's what I wanted.
I would strongly, strongly urge the board to not do that. Because when do we stand up for ourselves in the community?
For what?
For this, here, we negotiate against ourselves.
You mean the
We're
right-of-way?
actually negotiating against ourselves.
The
to say no,
right-of-way?
by the way.
The right-of-way?
No, I'm talking about, we're
talking about the
still
right-of-way.
talking about
We're talking
that.
about the right-of-way.
I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so that's the sense of the board?
Well, the manager even recommended that.
Correct.
Yes.
All right? So let's,
Elaine, what's your issue?
I don't have an issue in it. The issue was in the last review letter, our staff had an issue with it.
Yeah.
But that's been removed, and it looks like it was removed.
put your mic on, Elaine. Your mic's not.
Oh, sorry. It looks like it was removed due to the discussion we had, which
Okay.
I must have glazed over for. I must have slept through that.
Right. Well, I did second the motion by Commissioner Curley, and I feel this way. It's a condition that we don't have legal standing to require, or we can request it. They're objecting to it being part of the overall resolution. This developer has been a presence in the township for some time. I think that he lives up to his promises based on what I know about him and his company and his counsel. And so this is not just some developer we don't know anything about. And so for those reasons, I feel comfortable in having it removed, and then we will work the details out. And I think it's ultimately a gift rather than a contract, and we can proceed on that basis, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I don't think it has anything to do with our perception of this particular applicant. I think if we are going to have an agreement, we're in our minds talking about negotiating for some sort of agreement in connection with this, that if we don't have that reached, keep it in there. There's no harm, no foul. If we reach an agreement, we take it out. It's not, it's just protection. That's all it is.
No, because if you don't reach an agreement, then you don't have to approve the final, and you got the applicant up against the wall. It's not fair.
Well, that's the whole point of trying to reach an agreement.
Okay, I'm going to call point of order here. Commissioner John Rice, I'm going to ask that Commissioner Spengler recuse himself from this conversation. He is in an active relationship, business relationship with Cass Holloway on another project in the township. I don't think it's appropriate that he's discussing this.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I'm going to say my
Yeah.
piece. I don't think it's appropriate. I'm trying to do him a favor. I think it's
Yeah, well-
inappropriate for him to be commenting or voting or doing anything other than just sitting
Well,
still.
the solicitor has advised me that since I represented Cass Holloway on the Luella Court project, that I shouldn't vote on any other projects. But I've decided that I have no financial interest in this property, and I can vote on it if I want to. If somebody wants to take me to the ethics board, they can. But just because I represented someone on one deal doesn't mean that anything that comes before the township that I have interest in and want to do good for the township, that I can't vote on it because I represented him on some other project. So the solicitor has advised me it would be better to abstain or get a ruling from the ethics board. I've decided that if I don't have a financial interest in the project, I'm going to vote on it. So
You do so at your own risk and peril.
I know that. I'm over 21.
And Mr. Spengler never represented Mr. Holloway, for whatever that's worth. I think you were the Chang's
No,
broker.
no.
Was it a joint?
Technically, the Changs paid me, but I was a dual agent.
Okay.
Okay?
So I-
So, okay. All right. We voted on the amendment. Were we going to remove that? Public comment? Commissioner comment? All those in favor of removing that?
The amendment.
Aye.
Kevin
Opposed?
voted.
All right, passes 4-3. All right, now the total motion, you want to move the total motion?
I will move the total motion now with condition 5 removed and the succeeding conditions renumbered accordingly.
I'll second that.
Second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0. Okay, public safety?
All right, first we have a resolution, and I will move for the approval of Resolution 2012-110 for the purchase of 2 replacement 2013 Ford SUVs 4x4s, 1 Ford Expedition, and 1 Ford Explorer for the use of the police department.
Second.
John Nagel, seconds. Commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Sorry, Chief. We're trying to move it along.
Next, there's a resolution that I will move for the approval of. It is Resolution 2012-111, outfitting of motor officers, including their uniforms and safety equipment for the police department, to be used with the 2 completely donated motorcycles for the Radnor Township Police Department.
Second.
Commissioner comment?
Yeah, I have one. Were we aware of these costs when we accepted the motorcycles?
Commissioner, we were not. We were hoping to get donations to help us offset this cost. However, I would just like to submit that the savings we would have in gas and the life of the motorcycles, which would be at least 10 years, I think it would offset in the long run.
And I would have still accepted them, but I would like these kind of things considered when we're
Bill,
when we accept something.
wouldn't it be more correct to say that you were aware of the cost, but you had hoped to have that donated also?
Yes, we were hoping, and in fact, we may even have an extra motorcycle donated, but unfortunately, we don't have the money for the uniforms donated at this point, or the equipment.
Any other commissioner comment? Public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0. Personnel administration?
The only item on the agenda is the Rollins-Matrinko settlement agreement, and I'd rather let John Rice explain that since it's a settlement agreement, and I'd rather have an expert say what he wants to say.
Well, you have a short memo in your file in the packet, and you have a longer communication from me over the weekend, which explains some of the history of this. This essentially goes back to 1999 when the elementary school, Radnor Memorial Park, were established, and the driveway that served the Rollins and Matrinko property was cut off by the school district when it constructed the school on the driveway, which used to go out to King of Prussia. new Hares Lane was constructed, and resulted in some litigation. This is the last single-family dwelling next to your park, Harris Park. These are the descendants of the people that used to live in the Quitzburg Center. And no one has lived in the house for a number of years. Our insurance carrier is recommending this. They're willing to make a financial contribution to the family, who's going to do some stormwater management out there, which will make the situation better for the property owners downstream. So I can recommend that the board approve this. Once this is approved, both of the pieces of litigation will be resolved. The school district, I believe, approved this in principle several months ago, and it's ready to go. Council was here tonight for the property owners, but left when he realized you probably wouldn't get to this till past 11 o'clock. But it is ready to go at this point. This has been going on since 1999, 2000, although the litigation wasn't filed to 2008. This has been an ongoing, unresolved issue that now I think is finally resolved.
John, I have one question. The settlement identifies 4 parties associated with the township, one of whom is a former township manager.
And I have actually changed the heading there because the former manager really would have no authority to sign off on this, Kevin. So between the time you got your information and today, that his name's removed. On the signature copies that I have, his name's removed. He's off the signature page. There's no reason for him to sign off on this, although it was captioned that way when it was first filed at the time, but so that's been fixed.
We have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
Commissioner comment, public comment?
Good evening. It's John Dustin. I'm 288 Hares Lane. I might just try and end your evening on stormwater management here. Could I just ask for a little more color on what the stormwater management plan is with regard to this settlement?
Well, I think Steve can address that because Steve's reviewed the plan that they intend to construct.
What we did was we met with the other folks regarding this driveway going in. And one of the requirements was that they wanted to repave the driveway. And my requirement was that there would be no impact to the neighbors adjacent to the driveway. So myself and John Sartor, township engineer, we met with their engineer. We walked the entire driveway. And what the final proposal was that they would repave the driveway, pitching it away from the residence and to the corporate center side, if you will. That'll be at a 2% slope. There will be an open swale, a grass-lined swale, that's depicted on the plan, that will run the length of that driveway. It will cut through the Rollins property and discharge through a level spreader in Harford Park. And the swale was to be sized to convey a 100-year frequency storm. So where there was no stormwater conveyance or any means whatsoever prior, not only will the driveway pitch away from the residence, there will be a method to convey stormwater down and through and onto Harford Park to disperse in the grass.
And the 2% pitch in the road there, is that consistent with a 100-year storm?
The 2% slope is really what the crown of a road is. Okay. If you were to look at a road from the center to the curb line, roughly speaking, that's 2%. Mm-hmm. So take this single lane, and it now slopes at 2%. It does not correlate to a frequency storm. It's just a slope on the driveway.
Right. So
the swale sizing correlates to a storm.
So I guess what my question is, if there's a bad storm, is there going to be a overflow into my property from what you?
There should not be. The final part of this will be a grading permit will be filed, will be submitted by that group, the Rollinses, and my colleague, Township Engineer John Sartor, will review that. He's already looked at these plans. If there's a bad storm, you should be in much better shape after this project is complete than you are now, where there is no means other than just a meandering driveway of varying elevations and the gullies that have occurred up there.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0. Library?
I do have something to announce. Two announcements. There are new lights in the library. They are LED lights that have been installed over the adult fiction and the adult nonfiction collection. And they were paid for by a gift, a very generous gift from the Friends of the Library. And just so that everyone is aware, the township has posted no smoking signs on the library patio. So you're not allowed to smoke in the library patio, and that's it.
Public health?
No report?
Old business? New business?
Mr. Chairman, if I may briefly, two things. One is, I know in Commissioner Fisher's ward there's been an issue with aerial advertising planes flying in and around the football games. We're in the process. We've sent a letter to Geico asking them to cease and desist on that, but also we'll be bringing some legislation forward for the board to consider and trying to restrict that type of situation, because listening to that, there's a potential issue that's there. As well as I know the board received information on House Bill 2224, which is regarding making it much easier to sell public land and open space. I think that's one we're going to want to have on the radar, and we may put that under new business at the next meeting for the board to authorize us to send a letter presenting our opposition to that. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
I had either old business or new business.
Go ahead.
One of my constituents has brought to my attention that there are problems with our new kiosks. That every time a credit card is used, now we're not talking about anybody with the Wayne business.
Discount cards.
Yeah,
all right.
the retailers that have the discount cards. We're just talking about ordinary people, ordinary citizens. And every time you use a credit card on one of the kiosks, you are tagged for $2.50 surcharge. Secondly, you cannot purchase a small amount of time. Let us say you need 6 hours of time. You can buy 5 hours, and then you have to buy another 3 hours. And there's another $2.50 surcharge that goes to somewhere in cyberspace. And of course, you're paying for that extra 3 hours when you only want, say, a half an hour. And when you put coins in previously, you might have put 50 cents in. Now you're required to, your credit card is hit for $2. So there are problems here. It's not a system that's fully conducive to the needs of our people, our consumers, our residents, and I think we ought to be looking at some sort of help from the distributor of these things to make adjustments, and not. And secondly, or thirdly, it would be nice if my constituent could get refunds from all the time she has used these, and she works in Wayne, so. Anyway, that's my point.
Commissioner, if I may, before the superintendent does, as you remember, we had talked about when this was presented that there was going to be a lot of glitches and changes as we go through that. This would be a work in progress. This is part of that work in progress as we're continuing to go through. What I would ask, if any commissioners like yourself or that have issues when they come up, please let us know prior to a board meeting like this, that we can actually start working on these situations ahead of time.
Well, I just got the note today,
and
it's not as if I'm sandbagging our superintendent. I gave him the note an hour ago, so he's had time to digest it.
And if I may, real quickly, Commissioner, we are aware of those problems. We did contact the kiosk company. We submitted a purchase order to fix the glitch. First of all, it'll allow you to buy a half-hour parking, and also it should only charge $2.50 the first time you use a credit card, a one-time surcharge. And like the township manager said, and like you asked, Commissioner, if any of your constituents did have this problem, all they have to do is come and see me. I will make them whole. I will give them a temporary permit for a day's worth of parking, or for however many days it would take to equal what they paid in the
But
kiosk.
do we feel comfortable, Bob, with this $2.50 surcharge for use of a credit card?
You know, I think initially it is, but this is something, as we talked about, as we continue to keep going through here. But I think also, too, is trying to keep the cost as inexpensive as possible. So this is something that I'll ask the superintendent. We will go back and revisit this to whether or not we adjust within that cost so that we avoid just that situation of that surcharge that's going on the credit card. So,
thank you.
Bill, can I just ask, and if you don't have the answer, well, you said one time. Does that mean the first and only time I ever used those things?
That is correct, sir. If you use
Is
a
that
Visa
correct?
card, it's a one-time only. And unfortunately, like Commissioner Higgins brought up, there is a glitch that some people are getting charged every time they use it. And we will make them whole. But that is being adjusted.
So the first time I use that credit card, through the expiration date of that credit card, I'd only pay one $2 charge.
That is correct, sir.
All right, I have one announcement, and that is that this Thursday, the 27th, at 7 p.m., there is a Ward 4 Town Hall meeting. But you don't have to be in Ward 4 to come. And I will be there. Bob Z will be there. Our Director of Public Works will be there. And our Superintendent of Police will be there. It will be in the Willows Cottage. And it's at 7 o'clock on Thursday, the 27th.
Is that when we're having the Corfac meeting? Yeah. Oh, okay. All right, can I have a motion to adjourn? Second? Second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. We're adjourned.
Aye.
Thank you very much.